I'll break out my Seldszar voice. Or if someone wants to try their Seldszar voice while we wait for
Hey, I work
Ah,
at Starbucks and they're keeping me longer than usual. There you
Why
go.
is he British?
I don't know. It's my...
British French, same thing. All right.
I'm just going to tell you I'm going to be a
Nailed
little late.
There you go.
I'm
Perfect.
still making the coffee.
He turned Italian there at the end, but you know.
Making the coffee.
All right. So last session we began as you guys arrived at the hill giant lair called Broodhog. Upon arriving there, you spotted it from quite a distance. You circled around to the western side of it, at a tree line where Wolfane used beast sense and looked through her dragon's eyes to scout out the place. Flying above the place, she did get a good lay of the land and saw everything on the exterior. But unfortunately, the dragon was spotted by some hobgoblins in the watchtower who struck a gong, alerting the fortress. Upon returning, you guys decided that you were going to swing up to the, or rather down to the southern part of the river. Um, right, southern? Yeah, southern part of the river and approach through the water, in which you're successfully able to stealthily get up to the giant rock face about 50 feet high, leading up to the watchtower. All of you decided to start climbing up the watchtower, which resulted in a couple of stumbles as some people fell back down into the water. Upon falling back down, that notified some nearby hobgoblins who began to attack you and shout, which kind of put everyone on alert even more. You managed to fight through the hobgoblins and the goblins, dispatching of everyone around the watchtower and around the dock at the other end, saving a halfling in the process. Halfling was very adamant on getting some sheep and goats, but you managed to talk him into just going to the watchtower for right now. As you guys made your way into the main hall, but upon entering the main hall, there were a lot of hill giants and ogres there, in which combat ensued. During the combat, Uldrum raged. He got smacked real hard. He got turned into a very large monkey. You guys were doing pretty decent, but eventually running low on spell slots and getting hit with a lot of damage took its toll to the point where you decided to retreat, fleeing away as you heard Chief Guh shouting for more food as the hill giants didn't pursue you. You made your way outside of the shelter, the halfling chasing after you upon seeing you run away. As that's where we will begin, as you guys are running away towards your horses, I presume. So yeah, you're running across the fields, jumping over stumps from the cut down trees, all around the place until eventually you arrive back at your horses, where you discover that they have been unharmed.
Nice. Did
Did
you
it.
roll for that? Maybe. Fucking come back and they're all dead.
Aldrum will set the group down.
Aldrin's so monkey too.
Unsure, he can't necessarily speak, and he is unsure of how to leave monkey form. So currently, he just sits his ass down in gigantic monkey form and just like smacks at his wounds. Because I'm guessing that's how monkeys act with their wounds. Because he's pretty hurt.
When I see you do that, you know, I'm so happy that I finally have a use for this spell. I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals. So I can talk to Alderman Monkey form.
Yeah, he's like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
He's slapping himself. Yeah, and if you still look really shitty, I'm gonna use Cure Wounds too.
Yeah, you can speak with Uldrum openly now.
Do you have how much health that monkey had?
157, I think.
Well, he had 157 total, but what did he finish off on? Because he doesn't have, like, his token doesn't have probably
Oh, the
the-
hell.
I moved
the
you.
tokens.
the token that, like, what is it? When you make it so its health follows through. I think he was like
Yeah,
back
yeah.
up to 100.
I think so too. I think he was hovering right around the 100 mark, but I think I got rid of the token because I forgot that wouldn't carry over. Yeah, I'd say he had about 100. I think he was right in that ballpark. So I'd say just like 100 health. Just call it that.
How much did you heal him for?
Oh, so it's gonna be plus. Hold on. I rolled a 1 on my 1d8. Cool. So that gives you 4. You're welcome.
104 healing. Well, 104 health over 157. Yeah, so he's like patting at his arm, and as you heal him, like the one scratch that he's patting on before he moves to the next one heals up. As you can, if you can understand Monkey, you can hear him just like breathing kind of heavy in pain, and then he's in Monkey saying, how the hell did I get like this? Because he didn't see how he got polymorphed.
I don't think I did either, because I was standing right behind you in Seldszar. Isa was kind of in the back.
Am I permanently stuck like this?
Are you just speaking to yourself? Like you
Yeah.
don't know that I'm speaking animal yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Iso would just hear Wolfane just like all of a sudden. And I would say, I don't know how you became afflicted like this, but thank you for getting us out of there so quickly. It was a valiant effort, but there were just far too many.
You can understand me?
Yeah, not that it changes too much because Aldrim has 8 intelligence and a giant ape has 7, but you do gain the monkey's intelligence and
Why'd you have to
stuff
expose
like that.
him like
Wait,
that?
did you just say the monkey's smarter than me?
No, the monkey has 7
That's-
intelligence.
Oh.
Aldrim has
Slightly
8.
dumber. Slightly.
You are slightly above the.
I was just
intelligence of a monkey.
wondering because in the thing of Wolfane's spell description it says it's limited by its intelligence, and I was like, wait, does polymorph affect intelligence too? And it does. So your intelligence went down by 1.
Pretty
when
smart monkey.
you're a
I should get you a pair of glasses.
You like Krusk.
Just gotta find Krusk.
I'm
Maybe-
just gonna turn back to Iso. Did you?
Oh, yeah, and she's like stuck in her thoughts and just breaks concentration on it and just like he'll just revert.
I'll revert to an even
Animorph.
worse state as I revert to 25 health, 27 health.
He's now slightly less stupid.
No.
Oh shit.
When I revert down, all my clothes are intact. I'm pretty sure that's like all part of it, right? But he's just like hunched over against like the tree he was sitting on, and there's like cuts in his forehead. He has like contusions on like his like shoulders and his chest, as he's just breathing heavy.
I didn't realize I could do that. I just kind of like thought really hard about like making you a big giant fighter to like beat them up too. But I mean, it was close.
That was all adrenaline. It might have saved my life, so I thank you.
Yeah, thank God you were raged the whole time.
It's crazy how that just took effect when I was still in monkey form.
Oh, hopefully it's the same next time.
That would be good.
Yeah, I don't think spells change too often.
Well, I mean, we didn't really do a good job of surprising them, so even then, if we go back, I don't think we're going to be doing a good job of surprising them. The next time, I assume they're going to reinforce, maybe.
I'd imagine so. And it might do us some due diligence in maybe hiring someone to help us. It seemed like a fight that could have used one more person. Too bad we lost some people in the fray.
Yeah, maybe another wizard.
Or two.
I saw no sign of Ariane? What was her name?
Ariana.
Ariana. I knew it was like almost close to Ariana, but not
No,
Ariana.
wait. Ariana. Ariana?
Harryana.
Ariana.
Was.
So I'm not sure if that's where she was last seen or if she went somewhere else, but I'm sure Seldzar's father can't take a couple more attempts at a place that we barely survived from. Is that Hobbit guy with us?
Yeah, he's like just catching up like right now as he's like coming up behind you. You guys ran right by the sheep and the goats. We should have taken some on our way by.
You could have easily taken some. I was just trying to get us out.
There was a big rock in the way. What happened to the monkey? I saw a monkey.
Just putting it
Yeah,
out
I
there.
was a monkey.
Well, you would have had no issue moving that big rock.
I
in
was
front of
just
the
trying to
gate.
get us out. Be thankful that you are not split roasted and eaten.
I don't know what I'm gonna do now. All my sheep are gone. I have no way to make money.
How much does a sheep cost?
In these markets, it's hard to say. Let me crunch a few numbers for a moment.
What are you crunching on? Do you have some sort of
He literally
device?
breaks out a fucking
It's
abacus.
probably a couple gold pieces per sheep.
Can't you mate them?
Yes, but that can take years.
How many sheep do you need?
How long is the
10
sheep's
at least.
pregnancy?
10 sheep, couple gold per?
Yeah, I'd say that's about 20, 25 gold pieces.
I'll toss them 3 platinum.
No. Thank you. You're very generous.
Now, I don't want to hear about collecting sheep as I run away. You have what you need. Can you make
Yes.
it home safe?
Yes, I'm start heading towards Belliard right now.
Just be thankful that you're alive.
I thank you. I think they were going to eat me, based upon the pot and the fire.
When you get to Belliard, if you can inform the innkeeper there that Aldrum and the rest of our group, ISO, Wolfane, we found the encampment for the giants. If you can point it out on a map, maybe they can get something brewing up there, and next time we're in town, we can all assault the fort together.
Oh, I certainly will.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
You too. As he's gonna, like, start on his brisk walk away from the place.
Almost was like Aldrum's Angels. I almost said it.
I was like,
I was wondering what you were gonna do.
fucking.
Aldrim's band of merry adventurers.
This is when Seldszar has to work for 20 more minutes, so we decide to U-turn and go and talk to that dragon. His father dies.
Yep, sorry. We thought it was in character for you to go along with us on this stupid journey.
Where are we right now? Like right about here?
We're pretty still close to the camp. We should.
Yeah, you're basically, like, right in between the V and the A.
That's what I'm.
of Valley.
What time? What, like around
That's where
time
you
is
want to
it?
be,
Is it
right between the
sunset?
V and the A.
Right in the V. Taint City. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Write it
Um,
down. I'm gonna clip that shit.
Oh god.
um,
shit.
is, It's about 7 p.m. now. It's starting to get darker. So you got like maybe an hour, hour and a half of travel that you could get between you and wherever you're heading before you would have to make camp or travel through the night.
Would I be able to tell, like, if I must slowly sit up and, like, kind of walk towards, like, away from the horses and towards the high forest? From what I can see distance-wise, would we be able to break forest in time? Because this is very valley-y.
Looking at it, you can tell that the forest is probably a day's march from here.
Fuck.
A full day's march.
Just to get to the edge of the forest right here?
Yeah.
Sheesh!
I'll walk back. Forest isn't gonna be something we can get to tonight, so we should probably cut back, go as far back as from this place as possible in the woods before this clearing. Camp. Leave as early as possible. We'll need someone on watch all night. With how far we'll get from there, they could easily make ground. Could have surprise visits.
Do we mean to cut directly through the woods? That's my best attempt.
I was like,
pretty good.
who's this strange man who just came
I
back?
was like, does the halfling come back? Like, what the fuck?
That's why I was trying to rob us.
Hey, man.
It's Cheech and Chong.
Got to go through the woods. Hey.
Listen, I tried.
What did you say? I was so alarmed by the voice, I didn't know who it was.
Basically, if you guys need to go directly
Through the woods.
through the forest, because one thing that I think I told Hannah, but I can't remember if I told Hannah, is that she has familiarity with the high forest, but not in this area. She has familiarity with the Unicorn Run.
Our plan was still to like cut through here and basically go off of survival to get to Unicorn Run. But
Okay.
if this is a day away and it's 7 o'clock, my vote is to like just go north back into the whatever density that I can find in the forest in the valley to make camp, and then just we'll have to be on guard for hill giants and shit coming upwards, since we did just fuck around and find out at their fort. Or we could, I mean, yeah, because it's a day away, so no matter what, we're like in the valley. There's no like leaving the valley tonight without, unless we want to. Would we want to? Probably not, with how worse for where we are, but we can always shoot to ride straight into the forest. But I haven't been much in that forest. I don't know how safe it is.
I mean, Seldszar, you've been near, like, you said parts of the forest you knew, but do you know if the overall forest is safe?
Trying to make me do the voice again?
No.
I hear it.
Well, the forest is very deceiving. You see, as you're traveling through it, it sometimes get twisted around and lost during navigation if you don't know your way. Forest is heavily connected to the Fae.
It can be tricky sometimes.
We just need to just break the woods, and we would have way more cover, but it's a day away, so that's making it there without getting exhausted, for one, and we're all not doing well. You guys seem pretty healthy, but I do not feel good.
Yeah, I feel great.
I'm fine. But yeah, you, Seldszar, the dragon, could use some actual decent rest.
Yeah, I mean, even just if we were resting out in the wilds, it doesn't really help a ton. I'm not hurt, but I don't feel just powerful.
At full strength.
What we could do, rest lightly for like an hour or two, and then try to recoup as much as we can, and then sleep when we get into the forest. Or we can take our shot right here, but if
I think
hill
wherever
giants
we
catch
rest
up
needs
to
to be
us.
further away.
If it's beds we need as well, I used to make my run from Unicorn Run from Ulovin.
How far away is that?
Probably still looking at a couple days' journey.
pull out the map and look at Olivin, which is down south, you'd have to basically cross. We'd have to go like. We'd have to go east, then south around that encampment to the Iron Roads to Olivin. But then we'd skip the high forest that Seldszar doesn't know. But there's a chance of running into hill giants once again when we start going down directly towards them. Which is fine if I can get some rest and heal up.
I mean, maybe we head towards the forest and kind of... Are we, like, huddled over a map right now?
Yeah.
Like, why don't we, like, run out towards the forest and just kind of hug that and go towards Ulovin?
Yeah, I mean, originally it was to cut time to go straight, but maybe if Seldszar actually knows this place and knows Unicorn Run, then we have advantages when we go up that way, and we can cut from there straight to Oralbar.
I think that's probably best.
I mean, I did, one way or another, was hoping to talk to the Fae about this dragon.
And I'd
Get any
rather
advice.
keep heading forward than backtrack, especially to Warmford.
Well, that doesn't
to
solve
avoid-
where we're gonna rest tonight, because nightfall
Maybe
already hit us.
Just head east as far as we can before we need to rest, I guess.
We'll just have to be on guard, because there's no doubt that they'll send scouts looking for us. Maybe I will only sleep for an hour at first and see where we're at, and then go from there. I like this non-long rest during not town sleeping, because it's like it's way more strategy.
The issue always is random encounters aren't frequent enough in this game mode, and you travel so many days that if you're full strength at every encounter, or like after something like that, it makes things.
I run into
so much
that in
easier.
Strahd a lot. You guys are always full rest. You guys always are long resting it up.
Yeah, fuck you.
I always cut and fucking. I look at Circos knowing he has like 3 fireballs and like 2 counter spells he can cast on anyone.
But I'm tired, said Circos.
All right, sorry, where were you guys headed?
I think east. I'm
Yeah,
gonna jump on
so
my
like
horse and start going east. I have to get kind of.
I'm not gonna jump on my horse. Oh, laser eyes. I'm going to jump on Circos's horse. I mean, no, sorry, Circos. Seldszar, the other S. Before he gets to his horse. Because my dragon has 1 HP right now. So I'm not riding him.
What are you doing on my horse?
Look at him. He can't hold anybody at the moment.
Then walk.
You walk.
This is my horse.
What, are you afraid your boots are gonna get dirty?
Yes.
Good lord. And I'm just gonna hop down. Your Majesty. I'm gesturing towards the horse.
Seldszar just jumps up. I feel like you're doing the do the roar to me right now, but it's do the voice.
Do the voice.
I am.
You can get on my horse. I don't mind. And I'm small. There's plenty of room.
You sure?
Yeah.
Alright. I'll jump on the horse.
When you jump up on the horse, so like I get back. You can take the reins, and while I'm behind you, like I shuffle back a little bit, like prestidigitating all the dirt off of you.
I don't want to fucking. Thank you. Sure.
All right, so you guys are going for pretty much as long as you can, is the plan?
Mm-hmm. And before we take off, like, I'm gonna, like wave my dragon towards me and, like, put my hand over its head. Hey, I'm saying it in, like, dragon speech, but I'm just gonna be like, I'll call you when I need you, and he's just gonna, like, poof away.
Aldrim's one shoulder is, like, dislocated, so he's gonna pop it in and then ride his horse, like, with his, like, arm, like, on his, like, lap, basically. So one-handed.
Like Aragorn when he comes out of the river style. I got you.
It sounds like you guys are kind of like
Sex symbol
pushing your
Aragorn.
horses on. Are you trying to like push your horses, get as far as possible in the 1 hour? Or just gallop?
No, I think push. Yes.
All right. Just give me an animal handling check.
When is Lord of the Rings this weekend?
It's on the second.
Friday.
So
Friday?
I think it's
First or
Friday.
second?
I have to watch
Friday.
Game of Thrones. I didn't watch that yet.
I forgot to watch it last night. Yeah.
Animal handling.
Animal handling, a dirty 20.
I'll roll for Seldszar.
Oh. 13.
better than I would have rolled, and then I remember I gave you the reins
Yeah.
because I rolled a 3.
Okay.
Yeah, you push and feel like you make some really good progress as the sun like fully starts to go down, and you can tell your horses are getting exhausted from the push, and you guys are exhausted yourself. As you can tell, you're gonna have to either make camp or just continue onward through the night. As there's like sparse trees around, and it's a little bit hilly.
I'm gonna eye to see the most cover I can find and on a hill because I want to be able to see what's coming up.
Give me a survival check.
14.
Yeah, with a 14 you find a little hill that's kind of a little bit higher than the rest. It has 2 trees on top of it, which isn't too much cover, and there's also like a large rock. But it's enough to, if you need to get down and out of sight, you can kind of use them as cover, but you can also see around you pretty well.
I'll gesture to the group as I like use my head to nod up as I'll ride up on my horse and slowly hop off. We can rest for an hour if we want and then reassess, or we can just attempt to sleep, but we should have someone watching at all times to see if someone comes up the hill. We should be able to see decently far from this hill, so
I'll keep an eye out.
I'm gonna at least try to get some rest. I'm hurting. Aldrin will, without even trying to even make a fire, we'll just do the Witcher thing where what game was it where you like lay on your horse? Oh, that Ghost of Tsushima fucking game where he like sleeps on his horse. I'm gonna do that.
I never played that. So are you all trying to long rest, aka short rest in the wild?
Yeah, I think it's like
But yeah, I
technically
guess
it would still
taking a
work.
short rest.
I think technically it would still, you need 4 hours rest, but I would basically take an hour of this long rest and then like wake up and like check with everyone to see how we're doing, and then if it still feels fine, try to do the full long rest. If not, do a short rest and then figure
For
out
sleep,
from there.
it's 6 hours. 4 hours is an elf.
So 6.
but-
yeah, so
Yeah. So
would
you can
take-
you can
so
either
I'd
do
wake
a
up
1
for-
hour.
1 hour of my 2 hours of inactivity I would do after 1 hour of sleep, basically.
Okay, so you're gonna basically
Power
sleep
nap?
and
Wake up to the people who are keeping watch and like see if they saw anything or if
Okay.
like, and then
who's
like,
taking first watch? All right, Wolfang, give me a perception check.
9.
Yeah, as you're sitting there and looking around, the night itself's pretty quiet as you don't hear anything. All
What
right.
time is it? Is it like actually dark now?
Yeah, it's dark now. People have started to go to sleep or like meander
Yeah.
down as you took the first watch.
I would
Who's
just make
taking
like a
second
little
watch?
itty bitty fire and just be chilling by it.
I would wake up and walk over to Wolfane as I'll yawn and like be holding my arm and like I don't have a sling, so I'm just holding it in place. You say anything?
Seems clear for now.
Do you think it's worth trying? Stay. Get as much rest as possible, or should we move?
Was I so sleeping? Just gonna like. No, I think it's best to rest.
Then I'm gonna try to continue. But make sure you get sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe wake up ISO next, and me or Seldszar. I'll be able to do at least 1 hour watch. So I'll go lay back down on my horse.
I would probably stay up until like 2 or 3, and then wake up Seldszar because he didn't share his force.
All right. Yeah, you go on over to Seldszar and wake him up. What is it?
Wakey, wakey. It's my turn for a nap.
It's bullshit. All right, Seldszar's gonna get up, and Seldszar will do the next watch. And after a few more hours, Seldszar will go and wake up ISO for the third watch. I'm going back to bed.
Okay. I'll keep watch.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check.
That is 13.
So you guys are probably like over here now, like kind of in the middle of the valley. From the high forest, you see a creature flying above you guys, but it seems to be flying right over and past you as it's making its way towards Grudhog. Give me a nature check. As right now you're not spotting out like too well, but you can tell there's a flying creature up there, pretty large.
Or
You can't make out what it is though, as it just looks like a large creature flying overhead over you, and you can definitely tell it's heading in the direction of Grudhog though.
when I like squinting, can't see what it is, I'm gonna like run over and like jostle Wolfane.
Yeah.
Hey, wake up! There's some kind of creature up there. Do you know what that is? I'm like trying to track it with my hand and point up at it.
I'm trying to see it. Was it perception?
Yep, give me disadvantage as it's like flying
Oh,
away.
okay.
It was moving pretty quickly, so it's kind of getting away a little bit.
Fixed, though. Okay. Good news for me. I rolled a 10 as well. 16.
Nice. So you spot it, definitely. You can tell it's a large flying creature. Give me a nature check to see if you know what it is.
Disadvantage?
Nope, nature check's fine, flat, because you saw it already.
Fuck. 7.
Yeah, you can tell it's a large creature. It looks vaguely similar to something you've seen in the past already, but you can't quite mark it down exactly what it is.
I don't know. I mean, it looks familiar, but I'm not. It's too far away.
I mean, it's fine. You're tired, so like I couldn't even tell what it was.
Like, still rubbing sleep out of my eyes.
All right, you can go back to bed. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's okay. What time is it now?
It's probably about like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. now.
Yeah, I'm going back to sleep.
All right. You guys can all short rest if you haven't already. As the next morning comes.
I swear to God. I just rolled a 1 on a 1d12. I'm gonna end my life. I rolled 2 1s on 1d12s and then I have 9.
This might be a dumb question. I don't know, because I've never, like, told him to shoot before. Would Dragon get a short rest? Like, I don't know how that
Yes,
works.
he gets a short rest and he gets hit die just like you, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have, like, a thing for me to roll for it. I don't have
see
the
if I
short
can see
rest
what
bubble.
his hit dice. Has a number of hit dice equal to your ranger level. So his hit dice are D10. It doesn't say it in Foundry, but I just looked up the stat block. So he has D10 plus con, and he can roll it up to 7 times to heal.
Plus his con?
Yep.
Holy shit. Cool.
Plus 2 on
2.
him?
Yeah. So 7 times?
Yeah, you can do it up to 7 times.
Yeah, 7 hit die. It doesn't matter because I can't even summon him back anyways until spell slot's back. Oh, actually, with it being a new... Oh, I think I have to take a long rest to get him back. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I can get him back off a short rest. But yeah, we'll heal him anyways.
I hate my life.
6.
I used 3 of my barbarian hit die and my 1 paladin hit die, and I rolled 1 1 4 11, thank God, and then a 9, thank God. But those 1 1 4, like, so I have 73 out of 85 health. So I didn't want to use all my hit die. And we don't recover hit die in these long rests either, right?
Nope. You have to long rest at someplace with comfort, basically, is how it's described. So an inn, or if you had like a magic spell or something like that.
You have Circles
like a
was here
camp.
with his stupid, comfy fucking orb of things. How far did we get on the map? Like here?
Yeah, where were you headed? Were you going up this way, or were
We're
you going more
going
this way?
east, and then we're following it down, basically. I
Yeah,
think.
so Grudhog was like between
Oh
the
yeah,
V and
we're
the A.
between the V and
So
the...
you probably got to like
The E?
not
Between
even,
the
like in
E's?
between the L's, I'd say.
Oh, we're between the elves. What's up?
As the morning breaks. As it's about 8 a.m. now, as you all are starting to stir awake. If you weren't already.
Yawning
Getting
in
up,
and out of character.
still favoring one arm. As I hold the other one, I don't have it like up anymore. I have it like down, but it's still angled. And I put a couple of like small bandage kind of cloth on like some of the scars I had. Well, we have a long ride ahead of us. It's probably going to take multiple days to get to this town, so we should make haste.
Yeah. It's hopefully it doesn't take too long.
Well, we're sort of going... I'm not going a direct route, but once we hit the road, it should be easy travel as long as we don't run into anything. I mean, this whole area we're kind of known for at this point, so there's always the chance that we run into trouble. Whether it's giant or Zentarum or...
Zentarum. Well, let's go.
Right off.
You guys start riding off. You know, from here it would take about 3 days to Olivin is where you're heading for? Okay. Yeah, so you know it's about 3 days from here as you start your journey towards there.
Yeehaw!
So you make your way, you start heading in that direction. I'm just gonna kind of montage it a little bit. You camp for another night on your journey there. Are you going to the Iron Road, or are you trying to avoid the road?
I think we're going to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think avoiding it's kind of hard at a certain point of it, so we might as well hit it and go.
All right. Yeah, so you head through the Dusserin Valley for much of the first day as you sleep. You wake up the next morning, and early on in that morning, you hit the Iron Road as you continue on journeying in that direction. During the second night, when you go to sleep while you're on the Iron Road, who wants to be the second watch in the night?
That's a puzzle. So why specifically second?
Yeah.
I'm not making you make a roll or anything. I'm just letting you know what you see during the second watch. Wolfane, during the second watch, as you're just like watching out from, I assume you guys like ducked into the side of the road a little bit and found some cover. As you're watching out, you see a hill giant walking down the Iron Road with a pig in each hand as he's walking by. What are you doing? Because everyone else is sleeping.
Like,
Still
slap
monkey in me.
Aldrim.
Ugh. You slapped me so hard that your camera went out.
Gord. I'm gonna like slap Aldrim's chest.
What is it?
There's a hill giant walking down the road with his fucking groceries.
What direction?
Over there.
Is just one of them?
Yeah, he's got, well, there's 2 pigs, but yeah, just one of him.
Is he going towards Oliven, or is he coming back towards our way?
He's heading towards like Womford on the Iron Road. So like past you guys.
Oh, time to get out a little bit of anger, I guess. Before we do that, maybe your dragon can look around to see if there's any more of them than him. Could be a trap. I don't know if they're that smart. Slowly get up. Quiet. I don't know how far he is from us, so I'll like kind of not like stand up like, hey, I'm here. I'll kind of hunch and grab my great axe, which is next to me and my horse.
Once you summon the drake, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Yeah. Yeah, dragon's not common. He's still resting.
It is what it is. Can someone maybe we can get a surprise on him? I'll lightly kick ISO.
What?
Hill giant.
Oh,
He's walking to bring food to the camp, so
Save the 2 piggies.
do you want me to do something?
You've made distractions pretty well. Feel if you can distract him, we can get the upper hand, get a little surprise attack on him. Or we fight him right in the road, but
I mean, the distraction doesn't go too far, but,
we could kind of lay
Oh,
low until he passes.
I have something. And she'll reach.
I was like, what are
she'll
those
kind
other
of,
enemies? And it was the pigs.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck are those?
Like, they're little smiles.
Which way is he going, Trav? Like,
Towards these logs? Or...
Yeah, he's going this way.
all right. I'll duck through these bushes, and I can make some sound that might catch his interest. And I'll scurry into the bush here, and I will just snap my fingers and light this wax candle I have in my inventory that roars like a bonfire when lit. And I'll just set it down and scurry back out. I mean, that should be loud enough to catch his interest.
So you lit it already?
Yeah, over here.
It's just a little candle.
Just a little candle, little wax candle. It sounds like a bonfire
When that happens, I'll just
from my
look
background.
and just. Well, let's sneak then. Stay hidden until he walks over to it and then attack. Because I'll try to duck like into that brush.
Yeah, give me a stealth check if you guys are like moving and trying to go into the brush for Seldszar.
11.
Seldszar rolled an 8.
I'm just gonna stay where I am so I can still have view of the candle, because once the giant, I almost wanted to say orc, once he gets closer, I want to use thaumaturgy to change the colors of the flame, so it's like all rainbow and wavy.
So as you step forward, like into the bushes and the trees, you spot a little bit further through the darkness some large beasts grazing on the field on the opposite side of the road.
Large beef. And I rolled an 18 on stealth.
Okay. Can you see them on
Is that what it looks like?
Yeah. I presume that ISO knows what a fucking rhino is, so
Yeah.
ISO, you see rhinos.
What?
Wolfbane, what'd you roll for stealth?
I didn't move, so I didn't roll.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Don't make me roll for stealth if I don't need to. And mine sucks. Least stealthiest ranger you ever met.
Alright, the giant starts making his way more this way. As you see him look at the candle as he's just like, huh? As he continues to walk in this direction.
Oh.
As you guys are on like a 10-foot cliff face, so you're about even with his like gut, chest, and shit like that. As he's gonna come over to it and kind of just like look at it with his pigs in his hand.
I'm gonna I'll reach and clutch my amulet. I'm going to reach out towards the rhino and I'm gonna vortex warp it over like right at the foot, like right standing on the giant's foot, basically.
So this one right here.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
You roll a con save for it. What's your DC?
That is 16.
Alright. It fails as the rhino's gonna land down here on his foot. With the weight of him, I'll make him take some damage from the weight of the rhino.
Yeah.
Oh, my foot!
My last spell slot.
Nice.
So he'll take 7 points of bludgeoning from a giant rhino just like crushing down on his foot as he goes like, oh, well, and the rhino like ears shoot back as the rhino's just frightened, and we're in combat.
We have to fight a rhino too.
No, they're gonna fight each other. That's the point.
So glad I didn't jump down. I was thinking about it.
I wouldn't have thrown the rhino if that was the case.
Great strategy.
Let's see. 8 for my initiative.
21.
Oh, 20.
This will start combat. So unfortunately, you didn't roll high enough stealth, so you don't get surprised. But it's Aldrin's turn.
I will rage with my last rage.
Oof.
I went through 3 rages that fucking other thing.
Jesus.
And as I do, my axe, the light goes through my arm as my arm straightens, the one I've been favoring straightens out, and with my adrenaline, and my axe glows lightly, as it now has the thrown property and is force damage. As I will immediately stand up, raging, and huck my axe at him.
Go ahead and make an attack roll.
My reckless attack. Oh my lord. Terrible. 2 terrible rolls. He's a giant, right?
Yeah.
11.
Reckless
10.
attack doesn't apply to thrown.
Oh,
2.
yeah. So, it is an 11.
11.
It's okay, my reckless attack was a 2, so it was a worse roll.
It misses as you throw your axe at him.
Does it come back as an action? No, it reappears. So, as I throw it and miss, it calls back as it reappears back in my hand, and 15.
15 hits.
As I'll hit it for 19 plus 28. That's with the necrotic damage that is against giants. As I'll huck it, and it'll go like into the side of him, and I'll just call it back.
What's the save DC on the prone on that?
They'd save, what is it, con or strength? 15.
Strength save. All right, he fails the strength save as it like hits him, and he just falls on his back as he's like, "Ugh!" And the pigs like fall from his hands. As I'm gonna add them to combat to see if I can scare you away. All right, is that your turn?
Yep.
All right, so he's prone on the ground right now. The rhino ears back, getting ready to gore him as it is Wolfane's turn.
I'm going to. I'm guessing I can't shoot him through the bush, so I'm gonna like come back to here and shoot him.
Just so you know, the ranged attack is at disadvantage with the prone target,
Yeah, that's okay.
because he found his ass.
I'm not going down there with my swords with a fucking rhino. I'll tell you that much.
That's very fair.
Hunter's mark.
Wolfane's fucking. That requires spell slots, sir.
Oh, you don't have fucking spell slots?
I don't have shit.
Damn it.
So that gives me 12. Right?
12
Yeah,
is not
plus 5?
hit.
Okay, cool.
Did you add your magic bow too?
Yeah, no, plus 5.
Yeah, it's plus 5.
Yeah, I rolled a 7.
No, it would be plus 6, right?
For the bow. Oh, it is plus 6. Okay, yeah, so 13 then.
Alright, that hits.
Like a dumbass. Cool. Yay!
Bump.
Well, because I messed it up last session, so I was trying to remember what your... Because I forgot about the bow is plus 1.
So 1d8 plus 3, 7 points.
You shoot into his fat belly as it lets out like a little jiggle as you just plunge an arrow deep into there.
Nice. And then I'll try it again. And rolled a 20. The other one was an 8, so that one would hit. Ew. I'm not having a good day. 2 plus 5 points again.
Oh, yeah, it's plus 6.
Yeah. Instead of a 14.
My lord.
Yeah, it's plus 6 attack mod and plus 3 damage mod. So you get plus in damage too.
Yeah, I rolled a 2 on that damage. Fuck.
Motherfucker.
Just barely getting there.
Sorry, how much damage did you do on that second attack?
The second one would have been 5. 5 points. No, why would I use Hunter's Mark when I could talk to you as Monkey?
Monk.
Monkey.
Monkey.
Must return to Monkey.
And your
Anything
dragon's down too, isn't he? So you don't
Yeah,
have your dragon.
at least
either.
he's fully healed up. He just can't come by. Yeah. Yeah. That's all I got.
Alright. Seldszar. Oh god. Seldszar got.
Insults.
Pretty much.
Your mother was a hamster.
Oh my god, that pig.
I've never played Bard. This is foreign to me.
Yeah, you have.
No, I haven't. Barry played Bard.
No. You're
You-
forgetting Seldszar's
he-
rival.
He RP'd a bar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
repeat
counts.
a Bard.
Bring him, make him your next bard character.
Please do. Recurring fucking minor villain in Stormkeep.
Alright, Seldszar's gonna put his hand over his mouth, and he's gonna start whispering as he's gonna cast Dissonant Whispers with 4th level spell slot. As that does 6d6 damage.
Ooh.
Oh shit. As the hill giant just starts moving around on the ground with pain, as he's like, as he's like grabbing onto his head.
Sure, you didn't want to warm him up with like 9 insults of vicious mockery first?
No. And then this pig here, seeing an opportunity,
Piggy.
How fast is a pig?
gonna start
Is it
running in
greased
this
up?
direction. As it's Iso's turn.
The giant fell out of the combat tracker, by the way. She's just gonna reach out, fingertips icy, and just cast frostbite. Con save.
He fails. Go and roll damage.
2d6. Where's my? Ugh. 3 damage.
Alright, yeah, the ice just like forms around him as you just see him like still writhing in pain from the psychic damage as it just like frosts him and his movement becomes more rigid.
I think he had a 6 for his. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Anything else?
That's it.
He is going to stand up. As he stands up, he's going to take the pig on the ground next to him and try to bash the rhino in the head with it.
No, pig.
As he's got an attack roll. So he's not proficient in strength. As he hits,
I don't think pig's gonna be the greatest weapon.
Heavy, at least. Bludgeoning pig.
he hits for 16 points of pig damage as he slams it down onto the top of the rhino, like right into its head area, which stabs the pig onto its snout, which just kills the pig as he just slams it down like right onto its horn as he's hitting it in the head, and the horn goes clean through the pig as blood like spurts everywhere. There's now a dead pig on the ground.
I have to do that.
As the rhino
I guess
is going
pigs for
to
dinner.
recoiling from that, step forward and try to gore him. Hits. For 8 points of bludgeoning damages, he's just gonna gore him in the leg. As it's Aldrim's turn.
Gore the God Butcher. The giant's up now.
Yep. Back to
See
standing.
him brutally murder this pig. I just bring my axe back and I hook it again. I'll go for his neck this time. Man, these rolls are terrible, but I think it still hits.
Is it good stuff?
13.
Hits.
Uh-oh.
$19. With necrotic mixed in. Slashing and necrotic. As he'll go for the neck once, as it doesn't fully go through, and call it back, and then try to go for that same spot again. My god, these dice. I think this is a miss. I've never seen Ragnar roll a 2, but yeah, this is a miss. I rolled two
reckless,
2s.
baby.
Yeah, so the second one's a miss as I go for the same spot but miss.
All right, yeah, and the second one you miss. As he's like grabbing onto his neck where you slashed him the first time and blood's like coming out. Wolfane, your turn.
Keep shooting. Still disadvantage? Is he?
No, now he
he's
stood
up.
up on his
Okay.
turn, so he's back.
Cool. Oh, 16 plus 6, 22.
Hits.
Yeah, and then 1d8. I rolled 7 plus 3, 10 points.
Yeah, you shoot into him, like right into his throat on the other side of where he's holding. As the arrow just lodges in, and he's just like, oh, as blood's like gurgling out of his mouth right now.
I'm doing it for the pig, baby. I'm gonna shoot him again. Ooh. 17 plus 6, whatever that number is. 23?
That's yep.
Yeah, and then 5 plus 3, 8.
How do you want to kill him?
Ooh!
Yeah.
I want to put 2 arrows in his throat.
Yeah, so
Laid the second one right
he's
after
like grabbing on where Uldrum hit him with the axe where blood's coming out, and arrow goes into his throat, and he's just like, ah! And then right between his hands, you put a third one, and it just like hits him like right in the trachea as he just goes like, and suffocates to death as he falls down to the ground.
Avenge the pig.
Um,
And now there's a rhino.
as there is just a rhino sitting here, as Seldszar is gonna try to just hide. This pig over here is gonna run more. As it's Iso's turn.
I'm just gonna like get back further into the brush and try and hide.
Alright, give me a stealth roll.
Six.
Alright. Rhino's gonna start looking around. As he's looking around, he doesn't really notice anything as he's gonna start walking back in this direction. Eldrum, are you doing anything?
As I see it start walking off with the pig on it.
No, the pig came off.
Welcome's like, put the pig down, you fuck. It's my dinner.
I'll like crouch down with everyone else. Well, we got free dinner. Yeah. Win-win. But yeah, I'll just basically hide.
Alright, just roll my stealth check.
$18.
Alright, you're good, as we'll end combat there. Rhinos don't got dark vision, and they don't have any, like, smell things, so I was rolling disadvantage perception.
Smell thing.
I'll slowly
As-
crawl down this little 10-foot ledge and grab that pig. How much into the long rest? It was really early, right?
Yeah, like, so you guys still had a little bit left to sleep. It's probably towards the end of Wolfane's watch.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
I'll
giant good.
drag this pig back up with us. Well, if we don't eat it tonight, we eat it tomorrow. I'll carve it before I go back to sleep.
Thank you. It should be good for the road. That'll be
We gotta
Good to
cook
have.
it.
Maybe
Cook
we
it
could cook
tomorrow.
it before we leave. Set out.
Or that. Seldszar can.
Yeah,
So
maybe during his
shakers.
watch.
Aldrum, if you're gonna carve it, just give me a survival check to see how well you carve her up.
19.
Ooh.
Scared for a second.
Butcher Aldrum.
My survival's 4.
+4, really?
You
I
get
took
12
proficiency in
rations
it because
from
he
it.
was like by himself most of his life.
12 rations in total from it.
Oh, doggy.
The fat pig.
Uh-oh, did you break it? Kissy?
Yeah, I'll assume that you carve it up and Seldszar probably cooks it in the morning. Giving you guys 12 rations.
For each.
Is that it? Is that the math?
Yeah.
10, 11, 12. Yeah, so add 3 rations.
Yeah, I realized I hadn't been deducting my rations from this, so
Oh, yeah. How many
replace
days
the
was
ones
it?
for the past 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days pretty much.
So I'm still at 9.
But from there, I assume the next morning you get up and start heading towards Ulivin. You spend most of the rest of the day heading there, but as nightfall is starting to approach, you see the small town down below you. And if it works for everyone else, we can take our break right here. Hopefully, Hannah will be back by the time we get over here and she can hop in.
Mm-hmm.
That works.
But yeah, I'll give the description of Ulivin and stuff when we get back.
Heal.
Dude, sugar-free cherry jello tastes like NyQuil.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I think I've
fucking
had that before.
disgusting.
That's terrible.
Oh my god, it's really bad.
I don't necessarily mind cough syrup taste.
I can't. I hate the taste of any medicine. West Side. Ugh.
I just had to send the calendar thing to Alyssa.
Snoop Dogg did a West Side thing in that terrible vampire movie with Jamie Foxx. He did it with two hands, though. I don't know what it is.
I like how I really want a good
I was
vampire movie, and they give me the Jamie Foxx Snoop Dogg vampire movie.
I don't even know what movie you're talking about.
It's called Day Shift. It's not great,
It's on Netflix.
but I
think
watched
it's
I
on
watched the
Netflix.
whole thing.
But I watched it.
All right.
Is it better than Twilight?
I mean, everything's better than Twilight.
Twilight one's not that bad. The rest of them are. The rest of them are really bad.
That's forever on video.
I'm fine. The Twilight one has a good soundtrack. At least
That's a good
has that.
soundtrack.
It's not out of all of them. Twilight one. I've watched all of them because I dated someone who liked them. Twilight one isn't.
Is Twilight 1 the
Good,
one
but
where he's
it's
like,
better
this is
than-
the skin of a
it's-
killer, or is that the second?
That's the first
No,
one.
it's one.
Dude, I don't
This
know. I
is the
get them
skin
all
of a
up.
killer, Bella.
The worst, the worst one was the one where she's riding her bike, and he's just like Bella, and he's like a ghost, and then she like
Okay.
flips her bike. That shit.
That's your least favorite one?
That's the funniest. That one. Well, I had to see that in theaters, and there were no seats, so we had to sit in the aisle, like on like the steps.
That would have ruined my opinion of the movie, though.
Oh.
Oh, the movie
Yeah,
was bad too. That didn't help.
The second one's great to jerk off to, but like,
So, the second one's my favorite, so...
Which one's the second one? Is that New Moon?
I don't know. I've never watched any of them.
New Moon, where literally he just abandons Bella and it's all Team Jacob.
Oh no,
Reminds me of-
I couldn't do Jacob.
Yeah, when
and
all
the-
those
the
hot
werewolves,
wolf boys show up, I'm
the
like,
werewolves
yeah,
look like
I'm gonna pound my
werewolf
hog now.
like little doggies. They were
The
so-
jorts. It's all about the jorts and the
So
glistening
underwhelming.
abs.
When Ragnar shows up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those are my people.
those are my people.
It reminds me of the TikTok I saw recently where it was like playing, I forget what song from the Twilight soundtrack, and it was at a not a Red Sox game, just a baseball game. They're like, why are they not lifting their leg all the way up when they pitch? It's a fucking baseball scene.
Dude, the baseball scene's so fucking stupid. That's also in the first movie.
Yeah.
Next Curse of Strahd, you're gonna turn into this cartoon wolf. I'm gonna make that wolf your token.
Hell yeah.
All the jorts get shredded too when he jumps.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's right. All right. So as you guys make your way down the last of the light in the day, illuminates the sleepy crossroad town just south of the High Forest on the old iron road between Wamford and Succumber. Branch of the road turns northeast and heads towards the Unicorn Run, a gently flowing river that pours out of the High Forest to the northeast. So you guys start making your way down into the town. As what are you guys doing?
It's black. Is this supposed to be black?
Can you see now?
Can't see shit.
Just remember that I forgot to do lighting.
Oh, there it is.
Ooh.
Oh, pretty.
Oh, they're fishing.
Oh, fishing minigame.
I'll look at our good friend Seldszar. So you've been here before?
Yes, I used to come through here, my way up the Unicorn Run.
Then you can probably show us where the tavern is, or the inn.
Yes, there's only one. It's the Black Bull's Tail Inn.
Is that on the Grand Tour?
Already checked off.
Well, after you.
Seldszar will lead you through the streets. This sucks that Hannah's not here when it's stuff relevant to her characters. This is exactly like Strahd last week.
It's the nightmare, isn't it? I was like, this is terrible. I can't do anything.
But yeah, Seldszar leads you through the streets until eventually you arrive at a small, modest inn.
It's late? What time was it? I don't remember what time it was.
It's probably about like 7 p.m., 8 p.m.
Okay.
now.
Yeah, I'm walking into the inn. Well, I'm exhausted, but what are your plans?
I just want to get some rest.
Just want to sleep in a bed.
Yeah.
We're all on the same page then. I'll go up to the barkeep.
Hello.
Hi, we're looking for rooms.
How many?
How many beds are per room?
1 bed per room.
How much for a room?
4 silver pieces.
I'll take 4.
It'll be 16 silver.
Cans over 16 silver.
Your rooms are just around that corner and on your left. First 4.
Toss the keys over to everyone. Nice place. Everyone gets their own room.
That's nice. I think this is the first time we've all had our own room in a long time.
I think
Not a
maybe
bad price,
ever.
too.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed. So,
Me too. Good night.
I'll meet you in the morning.
Shuffle off to my room.
As you guys all get into your rooms, you can tell that the beds are like well worn and broken in. Seen a lot of time, but they're comfortable enough.
Do I have a fuck bed?
Especially after being out on the road for so long.
Does it have that coin operated thing where it makes the whole bed shake?
Like a fucking motel.
But all of you are able to long rest if you're going to bed for the night.
Yeah. All
We
right,
love
let's
that.
get back out on the streets and fuck shit up. All right,
What hit die
turn
did you
around.
give me? Okay, that's
Let's
the
go.
paladin one. Fuck off, paladin one.
Go on, get.
All those rages back, thank God. I don't remember that little girl, but why does she look like that?
Oh, because the CGI is fucking garbage.
But why? I don't get it.
That's
why would
literally
they-
her. That's their baby.
Why wouldn't they just do a normal baby?
That's a good question, isn't it?
What
It's a
the
really
Yeah, what
fucking
the
good
fuck?
question. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
That's like-
CGI this baby's face. It's not working for us for a vampire face.
Yeah, no. When they actually have her in like the next movie, they bring in a child actor because she's like actually 5 years old or whatever. But yeah, the fucking baby. I'm like.
I'd wake up pretty early and head down, try to eat. Gone through a lot of rations the last couple days. I'm looking for a good hearty meal as I sit down. What do you got for breakfast?
Well, we don't really have any specific things for breakfast. We just have what we serve on a day-to-day basis. We have stewed pork and acorn bread, barley porridge, and roasted pork with soft cheese.
I'll take all of it.
Oh, all of it. That'll be
Soft cheese.
four
Ooh.
silver pieces.
How much?
4 silver.
I thought you said 4 copper. I was like, what a deal. Hand over 4 silver. Thank you. I haven't had a nice warm cooked meal in a couple days. All sounded pretty good.
Well, I hope we don't disappoint. Does anybody else want anything?
Wolfane will like shuffle out and sit down. Eat.
You say meat or meat?
She mumbles.
You have both.
We do have both.
Both.
All right. We have pork, either roasted or stewed. Is there a preference?
Roasted.
I want a fucking stew
right.
now.
And do you want the soft cheese with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sure do.
Okay, there'll be 2 silver pieces.
And the mead.
Yep, that's with the meat included.
Excellent. I'll hand over 2 silver.
Oh,
I'm coming up behind you. You're getting mead?
What?
That sounds delicious. Yes.
Breakfast.
I'll
meat.
have that. And whatever she's eating.
Is it
That'll be
breakfast
4
mead?
silver from you as well. No, it's just honey mead. Typically, people buy it in the afternoon, but
I'll have mead.
I'll hand over the silver.
there'll be another silver for you then.
ISO, buy
Actually,
me
no,
mead.
just kidding.
I'll
You paid
flip it
for
up.
you paid enough for a drink already, so
No, never
keep your
mind.
silver.
I got VIP treatment because I got the whole kit and
Oh.
caboodle.
Nice.
All right. The man leaves for a little bit.
What's Seldszar getting?
Oh shit!
Fucking
I'll take the
killing somebody in an
acorn
alley.
bread, please.
Cornbread. It's not as good as regular bread, but it'll still do.
Thank you, guys.
Just
I
gotta
really,
have
I felt like he
those
was
are.
really here.
She does it much better than me. All right.
In the chat.
He heads off into the kitchen. What are you guys doing while you're waiting?
Oh, waiting for food. Well, Seldszar, you know your way up from here, so I guess maybe. How are we looking on like health potions, stuff like that? Does this town have anything of the like?
Oh, not really. I doubt it. It's a very small town. It's really just this tavern, fishing huts, a couple farms. Not much else.
Well, how are we doing on
So you really-
rations?
You really just come from here to go to Unicorn Run?
Yes.
How
I
much-
think I'm all set on rations.
I have about 9.
We're looking at like 3 days up Unicorn Run.
And what is
That makes a
Unicorn
big
Run?
difference. It's the river.
Oh, okay. So a
You
little
said
bit-
there's actually unicorns?
There's been rumors of unicorns before. I've never seen one there, but
I think we'll see one.
it
And,
goes all the way up to the Star Mountains.
and you know of the Fae in the area?
Yes, I'm friends with a satyr, a faun.
Oh.
I know what a satyr is.
Give me a. What would Fey knowledge be? Would it be nature? I'd say it's probably nature. Nature check.
17.
Yeah, you know what a satyr is, where they're very like impulsive, like party creatures. They're willing to play like tricks on people. They're like not wholly good, but they're there for a good time. Is kind of the best way to put it.
And
In every aspect.
you can trust this satyr.
Yeah. Oh yes, I've known her for a long time. It's how I learned my magics.
Well, you think they would know anything about that dragon?
Mm,
In touch with nature as they are.
in touch with nature, yes, but unless the dragon has frequented the high forest, likely not.
Alright. Well, it's not worth going out of our way to find them if it isn't going to get us any additional information that we need, especially with your father taken. So if we run into him, we run into him.
I mean, they could help if we go up there. Maybe there's something that they can do, something they've seen.
Well, that might be an idea for the trip back, but your father's been taken. We already took a detour. I don't think too many detours is smart. Unless it's on the way.
I mean, it's kind of how you look at it. Could head to Succumber from here and then loop up, or you go through the forest and then to Oral Bar from there.
Wasn't Succumber like destroyed or something? I forget.
Yes, but in my father's, or not my father's letter, the man who bought the harp, it has been rebuilt.
Oh. Do you want to go there?
It's asking so much that I don't know what Hannah wants.
I think going up through Unicorn Run and directly to Orbar is the best idea. I think backing down to Succumber and then going on the road through Zelbros and Loudwater, I think that's just too noisy, too roundabout.
I mean, going through the high forest will definitely be faster.
So I think that's where we go. I think that's where we have to go. 'Cause we don't know what's happening with your father.
And Zelbros, unless it's been rebuilt by Succumber, has been a ruin for many years.
One less reason to go that way. I didn't come all this way to get sidetracked. We're here for your dad, so I think the best way to handle that is to take the quickest option. And if we run into your friends, the Fae, on the way, that's great. If we don't, there's always after, because we have to go back west. Because that dragon's very much next on the list. Unfortunately. Not too excited about it, but it's the only clue we have. So I see a cat in the bar.
She's sitting with her little legs. Oh, look, she was sitting like a gargoyle.
Hold on. Once I got her. Let's hoping that she would respond. But hopefully she's here soon. Oh.
Mount Olive real dill pickle juicers.
Fuck, I added them.
Road
They're little.
pack.
They're 5-hour energy bottles of pickle
No,
juice.
just
Yeah,
shut
fuck yeah,
up.
let's go. Let's go. Let's do it.
Recovery
I'm
drink.
fucking
basically.
ready.
Yeah, fucking bring him to the gym.
Is that the idea? It's a recovery, right?
Yeah,
Oh my god.
it's basically all the electrolytes you need.
Yeah.
It's what plants crave.
That's what I thought. So yes, Seldszar would want to go to Unicorn Run because his dad doesn't even own the harp anymore in Succumber.
Decipher that, I'm driving.
All right. So yeah, the innkeep comes back out with your food as he puts stewed pork, acorn bread, barley porridge, roasted pork, and a soft cheese, very akin to mozzarella, in front of Aldrum, along with some honey mead, a big old glass of it. And then he puts roasted pork and soft cheese and honey mead in front of both Wolfane and Iso. And then finally acorn bread and more mead in front of Seldszar.
This looks delicious. I'm gonna like chug half the meat and just start like eating the cheese and pork like together. Like
Yeah, just.
yeah.
I like the soft cheese.
Yeah, the cheese is very good, has a nice salt to it. The
Oof.
pork is kind of not seasoned enough. The porridge is a little bit watery. But the meat itself is very sweet and delicious.
What a mixing of flavors: salty, sweet, watery, dry.
Oh yeah, and the acorn bread, for anyone who got it, is extremely dry and like grainy.
Sorry, Seldszar.
I rip open the bread, acorn bread, and I like shovel it in like making a bowl in my hand as I pour the porridge on top to make the dryness go away a little bit, and put a bit of salty cheese on top as I mound that as it gets all into my beard, and then I take a big gulp of my honey. It's a mess. I love being a barbarian, just eating like a savage.
Just fucking food flying off the plate as you're fucking making this monstrosity concoction. It's like when like little kids in middle school are just like fucking throwing all their food together in a cup, like eat
I
it.
always thought it was funny
Like,
that
that's how
there's
Aldrum always
the
eats.
people that like separate things. I've never separated shit in my life. It's the Irish in me would just mix it all together. Fuck it.
Big slop.
Smash it up.
Give me the hot slop.
I'm so tempted to go into my kitchen right now and grab my plates because they're all those fucking sectional plates. Like, separates all the shit,
Pathetic.
and they're all for me. My mom came over one time. She's like, Amanda, the fuck. She's like, you're gonna give your
wait,
kids a
you've
complex.
never mixed
I'm like,
sweet potato or what is the thing that you have? Squash during fall, like Thanksgiving, with like brown sugar.
Oh, like praline yams?
But like the squash when it's like mashed.
Yeah. Well, I do like praline yams with like the sugar all over the top. Yeah.
Yeah, basically
And
that.
marshmallows and shit.
And then you mix that with fucking mashed potatoes. That shit is the best thing in the world. It's so
No.
fucking good.
No, you don't
These
mix
chips-
those.
Yeah, but
You
you're,
don't mix
what
those.
you have is
So-
something different than what my mom makes. She makes like
Yeah.
like orange squash with like cinnamon in it, and you mix that with fucking mashed potatoes. It's so fucking good.
As you guys are eating, the innkeeper comes back over. Can I get you anything else? Are you staying another night?
Oh, we're gonna be gone. I think we're good. Anyone need anything?
Where are you headed?
To the High Forest.
Unicorn Run?
Yes.
Making that venture? Do you know anything of Unicorn Run? I see a lot of travelers head in there, so...
We have a good navigator here. His name's Seldszar. Maybe you met him. He's right here.
Oh, well, I'm sure he's very familiar about how Unicorn Run is known as the font of life and the cradle of fertility. It's believed that each natural race in the world, elves, dwarves, humans, everyone, emerged from the womb of Chantea onto Toril at the river's source, and then traveled down Unicorn Run to the outside world. Just a little fun fact I like to tell people.
So I might
Yeah,
see
you
a
did-
pregnancy.
You didn't tell us that.
Well, I think I heard that once before.
If you heard it, that's so interesting. Why didn't you make a song about it?
It's something I've been working on.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it. Maybe you can play it for us at the next tavern you're in.
Maybe on the road, like show us what you're working on, like while we're traveling. Like maybe as soon as we set out.
yeah. Give us like a sample.
I'll think about it. You tell Hannah she needs to make a song about the Unicorn Run now.
Why didn't they call it Womb Run?
Yeah.
It doesn't have a
if
nice
it's
ring to it, does it?
Like,
Yeah, but it's the truth.
birth
I don't
run?
think you want a womb
Life run?
run.
Creation run?
Womb Run.
Sounds bad.
Well, delightful information. We
How you?
Glad to be of service.
must be off. Might want to work on the beds up there, but other than that, it was a great time. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. When I get extra coin, I'm gonna invest in some new beds.
I'll be happy to sleep in it.
What you're doing with the mead, though, definitely keep that up. Any chance I could buy a bottle for the road?
Yes, a bottle is a gold piece, however.
Fine with that.
I'll take one too.
2 bottles. Comes from the honey in the High Forest. Not too deep in, but I think some of the Fey magic infuses their honey, makes it a little bit sweeter.
I mean, we're going into the forest, and like we might not like find a city for a while, so I'll actually get 3 bottles, and I'll look around at everyone. 3?
Yeah? Are you sharing, or? is
Oh
it all
yeah,
for you?
it's for no, it's not just for me. That's silly.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Alright, 3 bottles coming right up. Oh wait, I changed my voice. Fuck. 3 bottles coming right up.
Seldszar, do you think you want some of that acorn bread for the road?
Yes, I'll have 2 loaves of the acorn bread.
Adding mead to my inventory.
Mm-mm.
You
Is the
guys
meat in
make
like a
your way
glass
up.
bottle? I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's like a glass bottle with a cork.
This place's name is almost Uldrum. From far away, it looks like Uldrum. And then you zoom in, and it's Olivin.
Uldrum's gonna buy the town and name it Uldrum.
Yeah, first thing I'm gonna do is fix the beds. All right.
Landlord.
We riding through this beautiful town. It's a nice town. Maybe that's his new dream. Buy Uldrum. The town of Uldrum. Look at they got fishing and everything. What's this? Is this a steakhouse?
Like a temple.
Is it Boston?
Alright, heading up to Unicorn Run.
Is there any supplies anybody needed before we headed out?
Apparently they have fuck all for things you can get.
Oh,
I was gonna see if we could get health potions, but it's the farming town. Live farm.
I mean, I still have one health potion. Hopefully we don't need it.
It's good to know.
Hey.
You look lively.
Thanks.
Yeah, Hannah, the barkeep told everyone about how Unicorn Run was known as the cradle of all life in Faerun, and how it's known as the womb of Chantea, where all the races emerged from when they first emerged on the world, and that anyone familiar with it would know it. So everyone was like, "Oh, do you know of it, Seldszar?" So now you do, yeah. And you have to write a song about it. Enjoy.
Oh, thanks.
What you've missed so far, though, you guys fell back from the Broodhog, made as much headway as you could in one day, slept and started traveling for Ulovin, which Barry wants to rename to Uldrum. Encountered a hill giant on the way that was carrying 2 pigs. They murdered it through rhinoceros, because there was a herd of rhinoceros nearby as well. Got some rations from the pig. Continued on to Olivin, which is like a small, just quaint little village that you'd be familiar with from your journeys to Unicorn Run. Stayed at the tavern there, got some food. You got acorn bread.
Ew.
Well, you got it.
Did you make Seldszar about that?
Yep, it was
Yeah,
bread.
he's got 2 loaves.
I
He
hate
bought
you.
2 loaves for the road
He
because
bought
I
2
asked him if he liked it.
I love it. Thank you.
It's a little grainier than real bread and drier, so not as good, but
Can someone just send me the little thing so I can log on to 100 things?
and then right now you guys
if you're talking
are
about the
just
IP.
about to
Okay, I couldn't remember what channel it was.
you guys are just about to head up to Unicorn Run right now as you joined.
Gotcha. Hey, I'm sorry about that. Sometimes I feel like somebody takes control of my body and I have no decision whether they can take over or not.
Your
It almost
accent.
sounded like you had like a frog in your throat. I don't know.
I haven't eaten. I've been, working very hard since 8 o'clock in the morning. And they want me to come in at 4 o'clock in the morning. And it is 7 p.m. So I'm very tired.
Was that a dream you had?
I think it was, yes.
Sounds more like a fucking
That-
nightmare to
That
me.
sounds like hell. Is there hell here?
Well, if there's no smithy or armorer in town, I could definitely use some arrows at the next big town we're in.
Some of your arrows, by the way.
Huh?
Because I realized when we do manual rolls, it doesn't
Yeah.
actually
I was just thinking
deduct
that
the
too.
arrows, so I started minusing some.
Oh, you have
and then-
been?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I completely forgot.
No, it's fine. I completely forgot. I remembered after the Grudhog session, and I was like, I don't know how many arrows she fired, but I remember specifically at least 4.
Yeah, I didn't shoot too many.
Well, if you need some and you're dire, we can always find twigs and make our own.
I could probably fashion some of my own.
Can help you gather shit.
Thank you.
But till then, we gotta Nice forest to investigate, huh, Seldszar?
Yes.
Well, we're
We
following
ready to
you
find these unicorns?
into the womb river.
The
Alright, so-
what? The Womb River?
Yeah. You said you knew all about it.
Yeah, this is where they spit out all of the races. No, it came out of a
Oh,
womb
Unicorn
and
Run.
slipped and down
I'm
the
deadass
river.
looking at the map looking for Womb River, and I was like, IoT Womb River, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna send this to you because you would know it.
Hannah, I had 1 intelligence over that gigantic gorilla, alright? Leave me alone.
So before you even get to the high forest, though, it's going to take you about 2/3 of the first day just getting there, as you follow the road to the northeast towards the Unicorn Run. The travel itself is pretty easygoing, as you don't really encounter too much. Really, nobody on the road. It seems like nobody's really going up this direction right now that you can see. As it's getting around like 4 p.m., 5 p.m., though, you arrive at the edge of the high forest, where the road goes right next to the river and kind of disappears into the trees, as there's really just the river left as a guide.
Well. No rest for the wicked. Seldszar, are you taking lead on this?
Yes. I've got some acorn bread to eat, so I guess that's good motivation to start the journey into the high forest.
Let's get to Oral Bar.
Seldszar, for the rest of this day, just give me a survival check at advantage.
Yes, boss.
Dude, I'm gonna laugh my fucking ass off if it's bad. That's bad. 22.
Yeah, you... Like riding a bike, you just remember the path as you just start going, weaving through the trees.
Keep up! You're walking too slow.
As you continue on through Unicorn Run for the rest of the day until daylight starts to fail and you have to make camp in the woods.
Camp it up.
That is a good spot to start the camp. Right over there, to the left. Do you see it?
Is it a good spot?
Yep.
Wow, that's a good spot.
No.
You guys
really
don't
know
need
your
to
way
stay
around
out
here.
camp.
Just really this place, nothing else.
Now, is this womb visible? How far up is the womb?
Would you stop calling it a womb?
That's what the lady said. Is she said it was a womb, and it birthed all of us.
It is the font of life, a cradle of fertility.
And a womb, she said.
I did say that.
I think it's... I might be wrong, but I think it's more metaphorical. I don't think we're gonna come across like a the big lady parts in the
I have a
woods.
feeling that he doesn't know what that word means. It might be a little too big for his vocabulary.
Lady parts? I know what lady parts are.
Yes,
I mean,
a
it's-
giant woman who has a big gaping womb, and everything comes out of it. That's.
I mean,
got it.
Are you
nailed it.
100% sure
This-
that that's not the case, though?
This is like the whole thing that's going on that we're trying to fix with the giants. Like maybe it's one of them.
So the gaping womb is a giant?
It's a big.
Well,
gaping
she said a big
giant
lady with a big womb, and it's just spilling out into the river.
I
So-
always imagined them being made out of leaves.
What?
Who made them leave?
The big lady womb.
What? Made
Yeah,
out
in
of
my head.
leaves?
Yeah.
I was
'Cause it's
thinking it would be
nature.
like there would be like a set of legs just like sprouted out of the ground within like a grove of trees, and then the hole would be like in the middle.
I guess we'll find out.
This is very
Oh,
interesting.
Trav was like, I don't need to be here for this. I gotta go fucking get my drink.
Went and grabbed this.
I fucking can't with you people.
It's very curious. This is a much more enticing operation than I once thought.
What is this enticing bowl of white?
What is this enticing bowl of white?
It's the womb.
All right, you guys sleeping for the night?
Yeah, I think after that conversation,
It's enough
the
critical
legs
thinking for
sprouting out of the
tonight.
ground.
Honestly.
Critical thinking.
I know you gotta go potty, honey.
Exhausted
I know.
after that.
All right, who's taking first, second, third watch?
I'll take first. Keep an eye out for a unicorn.
I'll take third because 3 is my lucky number. Someone else can take second.
Okay, cool. I guess I'll take second then. Fuck you.
It was like, I'll take third. Oh, okay.
No, I am. Like, oh, okay, sure. I guess I'm second.
All right, ISO, yeah. Wait, who was first? ISO, give me a perception check.
18.
As you're like standing there looking around, you feel like a slight compulsion into the forest about 100 feet in front of you.
Oh, it's your dream.
I will start walking that way.
You start walking through like some foliage as you have to like push it aside to get through as you get closer and closer, and eventually you push through some trees into a
do you-
small opening
What do you push?
where you see a shimmering pool of water just in the middle of an opening with like the moonlight kind of like coming down onto it.
Amniotic fluid.
Ew.
I'll go up to the water's edge.
Yep, you walk on up
Nice.
to the water's edge. The water is pretty like crystal clear, rock bottom with a couple of like ferns underwater.
Is this the Kretz pool? I was like, whoa.
I'll
Right.
just kind of like look up at the stars, and then I'll at least like fill up my water skin in the water.
Yep. It's a clear night. The stars and the moon are just shining like very beautifully down into this pool. You reach down and fill up your water skin into the water, and the water's like a crisp, cool, like springtime little pool.
Do I notice anything like any signs of life around the pool?
No, you don't notice any like animals or anything like that.
I'll make my way back to the camp.
All right. Make your way back to the camp with the water in your water skin.
And that'll be it for me.
All right. Who is second watch?
Ooh.
All right, Wolfbane. Give me a perception check.
15.
The 15. Same with you. You feel a compulsion into the woods in front of you.
I will also
Compulsion.
follow it. I will follow the compulsion because I am impulsive.
You push through the foliage until eventually you arrive at the same clearing with the moon shining down and the stars
Y'all getting
just
cursed.
illuminating the pool of water.
I'll go towards it, and as I do, I'm gonna summon my dragon.
All right. Yeah, you summon your dragon, who appears wherever you want.
Yeah, he's just walking beside me, like just walking up to the edge of it. And I'm just gonna like look at my reflection.
As you look into the water, it's like a crystal clear reflection of
Okay,
yourself looking back at you. There's like no ripples or any disturbance in the water, as it almost looks like you're looking at a mirror.
I don't think I had any. I think I had ale in my water skin last, so I'll refill my water skin.
Just putting stale ale into that magical water.
I gotta rinse this out. Yeah, I fucking would be too. Like, ah, shit, it's all fucking like gunked up and gross inside. Fucking nasty.
Yeah, the ale that you like dump into the water almost like gets purified immediately as you like drop it in.
The water turns black and lightning bolts come out of it.
I just fucking get smited.
Oh, you're just filling your water skin?
Yeah, and then I'll head back.
Alright, you head back to the camp and continue the rest of your watch. If you're not doing anything else. Who's third? Aldrum?
Hey.
Alright, Aldrum, give me a
Lucky
perception
number 3.
check.
23.
Same thing with you. As you're standing there at night, you feel a compulsion pulling you towards the forest. Just a short distance away from where you guys made camp.
I'm gonna go because I'm gonna think it's the, like, is that the womb?
You push through the foliage. Everyone else was much more ginger with it. You're just like snapping branches as you're just powering through all of it. As you just break out into a clearing with the moon and the stars just shining down on it.
This is that water?
Yep. The water itself is crystal clear. Some like ferns and rocks at the bottom, but it's almost like a mirror just sitting still in the night. Everything's quiet around you.
I'll kneel down. And in my head, just take a second and be like, Helm, are you there? And then just wait. Open up his eyes and look around.
No response.
He'll scoop up some water and drink it.
As you drink the water,
I'm dead.
you feel like your consciousness recede as everything goes black for a second. And then the world around you illuminates as the moon is covering the canopy of trees as you're flying high over the high forest.
Wait, what?
As you're flying around, you see the sun starting to come up in the distance, and you can tell that you're northeast of some mountains right now. Looking to the north of you, you see the high forest comes to an end to the north of you. As you're flying around, sorry, I just lost my... As you're looking around, you see the mountains and the edge of the forest. You also see one tree standing extremely tall in an opening, surrounded by 4 smaller trees. The light of the sun rising above you, or rising over the horizon, glistens against the base of the tree, and you see something illuminate for a second, almost like the shine of metal, as something is in the roots of this very large tree. You start to question why you're flying through the air as you like look about and you see wings on either side of you and sharp talons at your feet. As you can tell, you are a hawk of some variety. As you blink, you're back at the pool again. Back as Aldrum. Sitting there in the quietness of the night as the water's back to a crystal, like, flatness, like a mirror.
The mountain? What was the mountain? The
You just
direction?
knew there were mountains to the southwest of you. And it was,
My handwriting's so bad.
the forest came to an end to the north of you.
Yeah. He'll just take a second. Probably wasn't you, but whoever it was, signs appreciated. As he'll fill his water skin with the water and then walk back. Am I waking someone up?
So you're the last watch. So
Okay.
as you head back, you can stay up the remainder. If you're not doing anything else, then everyone else will stir awake shortly, as we'll start the next day.
How much time was left?
That was pretty early on into your shift, so
I would
say
just
like an hour and a half.
look for small branches that could be turned into arrows as I walk back.
All right, give me a survival check.
16.
With a 16, I'd say you find 4 branches that are like perfect as arrow shafts.
I'll leave them next to Wolfane as she's sleeping, and go lay down.
All right.
Okay. What did you leave next to me?
4 perfect branches that could be turned into arrows, basically. So you just have to do the actual arrow making.
Oh shit!
As the rest of you all start to stir awake, as the sun starts to breach over the canopy of trees.
I'm gonna wake up and see the sticks next to me, and I'm just like expecting them to see how straight they are. Like, ooh, nice.
Nice.
Sleep well.
Well, as one can, of course.
Does anyone move at all? I went and felt a pull towards some body of water.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Did you see anything?
No, I mean just like the stars reflecting off the lake.
Yeah, it was really pretty.
Yeah. Why, did you see something?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was a vision, magic, but I was flying around like a hawk. In a hawk. I was a hawk. When I looked around, the mountains were to the southwest of me. The north of me was the end of the forest. There was one large tree surrounded by, I think, 3 or 4 smaller ones. Seldszar, I don't know if you know of anything of this tree. It's very big.
You wouldn't know anything of it.
Light shined.
A lot of mountains and a lot of excuse me, a lot of trees.
Light.
How many fingers am I holding up?
I can't even see your hand. 3.
Sounds like you were hallucinating. Didn't know how much you could see without having eyeballs, so just wanted to see if you were seeing things or your mind was seeing.
Well, it was after I drank some of the water.
Stare at my water skin.
Do I know anything about the water?
From personal experience, no.
I drank the water here before.
Yeah, but this water, like, I don't know what happened with you guys, but I felt beckoned by it. Like a pull.
I'll open my water skin. Take a sip.
I refilled my water, and when I cleaned it out, it kind of like made the water foggy from, you know, the sick, nasty ale that was in there. That's been in there for
It was
weeks.
the ale that fucked them up.
Maybe. But I cleaned it out, and then the water went like pristine again, like it almost immediately.
As you're saying that,
Bye,
Iso takes a sip from her water skin, and her eyes just immediately go straight white as she just like goes like, and her eyes are just white as she has like no reaction.
I look at
Iso.
Seldszar. See?
Iso, you're flying with a giant peak just to the south of you. As you look to the north, you also see the end of the forest. You see a closely packed canopy of trees down below you. As you're flying around it, you see like down into like a little opening in between the canopy of trees where you see a tree walking through the middle of an area. As you're like flying around and looking at it, you become vividly aware of your wings, beak, and talons as you're flying and circling over this. The last thing you see is a person walking out into the opening as well.
With the tree.
Yeah, as you reappear back into your body with, I don't know what everyone was doing while.
Just looking at them, and I'm looking at Seldszar, like pointing.
Very concerned.
Yeah, so you return as her eyes return to normal.
Yeah, I guess that you're both blind at this point. I don't really know. Oh, she's back.
I was a bird. It was wild. I saw, like, I was flying, and there was, like, a tree walking. And somebody, like, down there, like us, with the tree, big tree.
Walking trees, that's a new one.
And I'll hold up my water skin to Seldszar. Why don't you have some? Maybe you'll see more.
I'm not thirsty, honestly. There's a lot of fae here. Could be they're doing.
Well, the tree that I saw had, when the sun lit behind it, within the roots of that tree, it was something metal, shining. Could be an artifact. Could be a weapon.
Did you?
Hmm?
Did you take a sip?
No. It sounds a lot like the magic I use to connect to my dragon. Like when I see through his eyes, like I did that one time.
Why don't you take a sip then?
Iso, where did you feel like you were when you were as the bird?
I was like south of the mountains.
Mountain south of you.
And to the north was the big tree, right?
Was the end of the forest was north of you.
I was way off. Yeah, ISO has no bearing.
She was like, I'm flying!
I was flying. I don't know.
That sounds like, not far from what I saw. I had peaks to my southwest, and north of me was the end of the forest. So this is all north of here. And looking at this map, there's only 2 big peaks that I can see of. Maybe the Lost Peaks, north of that, near Noandar's Hold. Might be something we might want to look into. I don't know if anyone else wants to take a swig, see what you see. Maybe it's a puzzle.
Just like slowly unscrewing my water skin.
Someone can hold down Seldszar, I'll pour some into his mouth.
I, like sniff it to make sure it doesn't smell like shitty ale.
Nope.
And
Doesn't smell like anything. Wolfane's eyes go white.
Jesus.
As Wolfane, you feel like you're in your dragon's eyes once more, but you can very much tell that you're inside a hawk. As you're flying around a large mountain range, which appears to be in the very center of the forest as you look around you. All around the mountain are strange gleaming lights that are slowly being drowned out by the morning sun. As you're flying around, you look towards the peak of the highest mountain there, and you see a small opening where a large, incredibly large, red creature is stretching its wings out as its scales illuminate with the morning glow. And you can tell it is a very large red dragon.
Dragon!
As you're flying
Why do you have
about,
to bring the bad news?
as you're flying around, and eventually, as you blink, you're back in your body once again, as Wolfane's eyes return to normal.
Oh, she's back.
didn't
What?
see a walking tree. Or people.
What did you see?
Why do you sound so dire?
You ever see a red dragon before?
Have I ever seen a red dragon before?
We've never seen one, no.
Do I
They're
know
pretty rare.
anything about red dragons?
Give me
How spooked am I by her dire words?
Give me a nature check to gauge your knowledge of red dragons.
I'm assuming the dragon I saw is much bigger than mine.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Much
That's
bigger
why
than
I'm
yours
scared of it.
and much bigger than the one you guys fought.
10.
So Lily dyed her dragons.
What'd you say, 10? All you would know is that red dragons are incredibly powerful creatures. Stronger than many other of the dragons, like green dragons, white dragons.
When she says red dragons, I just go, did you see it near where we were saying?
Didn't seem like it. It seemed like he was on like the highest peak in the mountain range that's in the middle of the forest. What you guys were saying, it sounded like your visions were a little bit further north.
That's what it seemed like. They were near the mountain edge, so they wouldn't necessarily be in the middle. I'm sure the Fae know about him if he's above the highest peak.
Yeah, I saw
Maybe
some
he's-
strange lights floating in the sky around there too. I don't know what that could be.
Do I know anything of like a red dragon in the area around the high forest or anything? Figured not.
Give me a history check at advantage, or you can do nature.
Get the spread.
History or nature?
Yeah.
Hello, hello. History. Nature. 19.
With a 19, you would know that there is rumored to be a red worm, living atop the Star Mountains. You only know him by the Inferno of the Star Mountains, but he's a solitary dragon that isn't really seen too much away from his lair, which is rumored to hold vast treasure.
You,
Sounds like a level
when
28
you saw
quest to
this,
me.
when you saw this dragon, was he on top of a mountain?
Yeah, like the highest peak of the mountain range.
I think he has bread in his ears.
What's his name?
I think so.
You know him as the Inferno of the Star Mountains, is all you've heard of him.
The Inferno of the Star Mountain.
You always do when you think. You ever notice is that a tick?
Yeah, I got to take a quick ponder, and there's a library in my mind, and I had to flip through each page until I found what I was thinking about.
You had to go all the way to Ah.
Yeah.
I.
No,
In-
Inferno. That was the dragon's name.
Yeah, I for Inferno. Like that's pretty far back in the memory banks. I'm assuming
Yeah.
if you have to flip through.
If they run as the same alphabet, then it's pretty far back.
Inferno of the Star Mountains is his name.
You said it was a rumor? I wrote this down.
Yeah, it was basically a rumor. Nobody really
Rumor.
sees him
No
too much. He's
one's
solitary.
really seen him much. He's solitary.
Wow, you're really digging into that library.
He didn't seem very high up. He was just kind of basking in the morning sun. It looked like.
That's adorable. Let's not go there.
I have no intentions of seeking him out.
If he's up high, then, and you say he's mostly in solitude, then we shouldn't really have a problem with him unless we do something to upset him, I guess.
He has a treasure.
Well, I don't want the treasure I don't want anything to do with one of those.
You can keep it.
I think you know. Quick, he's right behind you.
No.
I was talking about Kyla.
Our head's hanging off the thing.
It's just your eye looking at it.
Well,
Are you done drinking this water that makes you into a bird? Can we move on?
I definitely think it should be noted that maybe when we make our way back, if father in tow or not, that may want to check north of Lost Peaks at some point.
I mean, at least we have this in the water skins. Like, we could drink it again on our way
Some
back
more
to
things?
keep tabs on them.
Might work like that. I don't know. I don't know magic, so I'll probably forget and drink from it because this is my water skin. To be honest with you.
When I saw the dragon, was I still in like a hawk's eye view? Was I
Yep.
flying around as a bird? Okay. That's fine. Just want to be sure.
All right, what are you guys doing as it's the morning?
How much further north do we need to go? You're yelling at a dog. Poor dog. Dog abuse.
What'd you say?
How much further north do we have to go, Seldszar?
2 days.
2 days. Had to look in my mile category.
And it's further in.
Let's move. See the womb.
I can hate this game.
All right, you guys travel much of the rest of the day, continuing on. I assume you're all drinking from your water skin as you go. You have no
Yeah, it's
more
my only-
visions when you drink from your water skin.
Hey.
It's fresh out.
As you continue onward up the Unicorn Run until eventually you have to make camp once more, in which you find another little area to make camp. Sleep through the night. You continue on the next morning. Seldszar, as you guys are going more and more north, give me another survival check at advantage.
Can you show me on the map where we started from? Just so I know, like, where we entered.
The
Right.
V.
Okay.
We started from the V, and we're making our way up
Alright.
into the womb.
Earlier I said it's between the V and the A, and Tom clipped it.
So like,
Goodbye.
these are
He had a
the
great laugh.
He's so proud of himself.
Too fucking early.
these are the legs, and we're going up this way,
Stop trying. Get out of here.
and then the womb
that
is
is a-
somewhere there.
Question mark? The moon's the dragon.
That was a pancake ass.
17.
So as you start making your way up, you're starting to notice like glyphs on the trees, and you're able to identify the glyphs that you're looking for, that you've been taught to follow as you follow the Unicorn Run up. As you're getting about to the branch in the river, it's about the middle of the day. As you guys are heading along the river, up in front of you, emerging from a grove of trees along the trail, is a white horse that shines with radiant beauty. A silver-colored horn protrudes from the middle of the mare's forehead as the unicorn gazes in your direction for a moment.
What a layup
Before-
for ISO.
She springs back into the forest.
So shitting herself.
What are you guys doing?
See that?
Reaching out.
I don't want to leave.
It's a truly magical place.
It is.
I mean,
Maybe we should follow it.
it was really beautiful to see the one that you had summoned, but it's even more fascinating to see one out in the wild.
We should follow it.
We're
Where would it go?
trying to save someone's father.
There's plenty of unicorn here. Going to follow it to its nesting bed.
So fucking.
That's gonna make her want to
That's
do
all I
it
know.
more. Why would you say that?
Ponies? Little baby unicorns?
No, there's no babies.
What?
They
You said a nesting bed.
No, they're only
They're
born
in the
adult
womb.
size.
Yeah.
It's gotta hurt.
They come out of the womb fully grown.
Nature's womb.
The big womb?
The big lady.
And by the time you start
Oh.
chasing it, it'll be dead. They have very short lifespan.
Oh. No, they don't have short lifespans.
Yes, they do.
They die really
They
quick.
do?
I know all about the unicorn.
Insight check.
Yeah.
I was totally deceiving you, so That's fine.
Yeah, you guys can, if anyone's inciting.
Yeah, I'm doing insight check.
I'm helping. I'm
Plus
helping.
zero.
I'm helping Seldszar because
Come on,
I'm
20.
against
Come
them
on,
finding out
20.
anything more about these unicorns.
Fuck. 3.
15 plus 6.
Fuck you.
Inside. Oh shit! I have an 18.
Good job, Seldszar.
Wow.
They die instantly.
They only live about.
They
a
come.
day.
They come out full grown and they
Like
die in a day.
mosquitoes. Just,
Very tragic for such a beautiful animal.
That's so sad. That's why we have to follow that one.
We're
You
not.
want to follow something that's a corpse? Maybe on the way back.
It's not a corpse. I saw it.
will be.
It was alive.
By the time we get to it, or it goes into territory where it will get eaten. I don't want to get eaten. I want to go find my.
What's gonna eat you?
Vortex, the fire dragon.
Inferno.
Inferno.
Fine. But I want to pet one of the unicorns on the way back.
See what I can.
As you guys continue up the river, most of the rest of the day, until eventually you have to sleep once again. As you guys make camp,
Sleep mode.
Does anybody need to watch?
you guys sleep throughout the night successfully. As you guys wake up the next morning, Seldszar, at this point, you know that you're basically at the area where you used to meet the fawn. So now you guys have to start searching.
Ghira! Ghira!
You ever think that he might be dead?
Who?
Your friend. Didn't he not write back to you?
First off, it's a woman. It's a man.
I thought the letter didn't get delivered.
It didn't.
It's, you know, there's no mailboxes in the forest.
Not really. No.
I guess we probably
I'm gonna-
would have saw visions of them dying or something like that.
Oh my god. I'm gonna ignore what Alder just said. And go over to a rock and I'm gonna put my lute on my lap and start playing a whimsical song that I used to play with her by the water.
All right, give me a performance check and you can have inspiration because that's clever.
I have a question. Does it sound like farm music?
No.
I'm gonna skip
like
rocks
a-
because this isn't farm music.
Do you know
On the river.
like a what are those things that you spin? Like a ballerina toy box wind up thing? Like whimsical like that.
Like music box?
Is it like Ziggy Stardust?
Oh, I can't sing that. Performance. I don't know why. 16 plus 11. 26. 27.
27? Yeah, you play a beautiful, whimsical tune, and as you're playing it, you hear some movement in the woods in front of you as a male satyr emerges.
I told
As
you
he
it was
just
a
like-
male.
Ha, this is a beautiful tune! And who may you be? As he's just dancing, coming in.
Oh, brother. This guy.
Oh, it's Seldszar. Arcanduous.
I have no idea who you are, but that is some excellent music. Do you frequent here?
I used to. I'm looking for somebody, just like you.
No, I'm not looking for anybody.
Do you happen,
I'm just walking through the forest.
do you happen to know Ghira?
Ghira, yes, she's not too far from here.
I'm looking for her.
Well,
Sing
if that
the
is the
song for
case,
her. I
if you
can-
finish this song for me, I'll bring you right to her.
No problem. I haven't played in a while, so I hope you enjoy. Maybe my friends will come and dance with you as well.
I would love for a partner in dance. Will anybody dance with me? As there's just a satyr dancing to Seldszar's music right now, gesturing out to the rest of you.
Aldrum looks back
Seldszar's
and
staring
continues
at
skipping
Iso.
rocks.
Seldszar's staring at Iso.
You want to dance with the saint?
I guess,
fun.
yeah. I'd love to.
I know you love to party.
A little bit.
The satyr holds out his hand to you.
I will grab the satyr's hand and start
Alright.
dancing with the satyr.
Both of you break out into a dance as he gives you a few twirls in the middle of the dance. A little bit of a dip as you guys are doing a fast-paced dance. He's like, aha, you an excellent dancer.
Thank you.
You smell a little bit of magic. Are you from here? The High Forest?
No, I not from around here. I'm from the south.
Well, you could have fooled me. As Seldszar finishes up his song, he's like, that was excellent. Come, you must play for the rest, everyone else. I'll bring you to Ghira.
Thank you.
As he leads you off. I don't even want to know. Oh yeah, satyrs and their dicks.
Yeah. When I looked them
Wildly
up,
erect.
yeah, they're very free spirit. Let's just say.
Oh, is he naked or is he
Wait,
wearing like a
who's
fucking
dancing with
loincloth?
who's dancing with this sexual predator? Is it Iso?
I'm just dancing with this guy with
Iso,
his
watch
dick hanging out.
his dick.
It's so much fun dancing.
You're just dancing around, just
One holding his
Fucking wrong.
I'm just trying to keep a little bit of distance as the dick swings around.
Keep that space for Jesus.
Just as he twirls, I'm like,
I'm opting for the less sexual satyrs. Thank you very much.
nah.
Cock out.
God.
All right.
Fucking hand.
Yeah, fucking here I am.
Love it.
So he leads you guys further and further into the forest until eventually you come to a small waterfall that he leads you to. Second.
Fuck.
You pulled that off of fucking Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Makes it so much worse.
What the fuck is this?
It was like the first picture I saw when I looked them up. I was just like, why is he so hard?
Are those satyrs here or are those gators?
Fuck.
Yeah, as you guys continue,
God.
he eventually leads you to a small waterfall where you see a campfire with a bunch of satyrs dancing around it, and Seldszar, from the distance you can make out Ghira playing a pan flute as they're all dancing around the fire. The firelight also illuminates two stone giants just behind them who are just kind of like sitting back there solemnly.
Is this who it's supposed to be?
Excuse me?
Just
Is what?
Is this who it's supposed to
got
be,
my
or is
giant
this just
slaying axe ready to go. Let's go. Let's kill these stone giants in front of these people.
What do you mean, is this who it's supposed to be?
Is this just the
guy from the
icon?
tower.
Yeah, for this type of giant, but this is the same icon from the guy from the tower, so it's just making sure.
What guy from the tower?
The one that
the guy who
led the
touched the
slave
orb.
rebellion.
Yeah, that's
The
just
guy
a
who
stone
smashed
giant
in.
token. That's
Okay,
Yeah, it's
I
a
didn't
stone
know if it was
giant.
the token
Yeah.
or like if for some reason he.
I'm trying to
He's-
Oh, that
the-
he came
Here he
back.
is,
Yeah,
yeah.
because the stone giants were in the uprising of the cloud. Remember when we met with the people over
Oh,
Storm?
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just a typical stone giant token.
This guy, he's fully clothed. First off, you can see it on his shoulders.
What?
Ghira's right over there
Well,
by the
he-
campfire. Please join us
He
in
has
our
no pants
festivities.
No pants.
As
No
he's
pants.
gonna start
They don't make
heading
satyr
in this
pants.
I'm
direction.
ducking it.
Dicks
yeah,
hanging
they
out.
have fucking goat legs. They don't make pants
Yeah.
for that. What, you think he's wearing denim?
George.
That's
Boris Johnson.
actually, that's not a full outfit he's wearing. It's like a bondage outfit.
Where's me for? Okay, there we go.
What is she playing?
Playing a pan flute.
As I like walk over the bridge, I kind of like pull my lute back out and like listen, and then start to match what she's playing as I like come up next to her.
She's got like an
me-
ally problem where she's like the only female in the village here.
Give me another performance check. As I think as
25.
everybody, this is who you see Seldszar go to
Hi, cutie.
dance with.
Babe. I love her so much. She's adorable.
Yeah, but the other satyrs' dicks aren't out. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seldszar, she like. Sorry, what'd you say you rolled?
25.
25. Yeah, you like match her perfectly in rhythm as she like looks at you and she continues playing as you both start dancing around as all the satyrs are having a hell of a time as you guys just let out a beautiful tune. Is anyone else dancing?
Still dancing, just vibing.
I'm gonna
All
sit
right,
down on this log.
Iso's dancing around. The satyr's gonna hop into the fray. This satyr's gonna come up and reach his hand out to Iso.
I'll dance with the satyr.
As the satyr grabs your hand and starts like dancing with you, and then he tosses you over to this satyr as well as you start dancing with him. They're all fully clothed
Oh,
as they're having a hell of a time until eventually the song wraps up, and Ghira looks at Seldszar. Seldszar, it's been so long since I've seen you.
It's been far too long, my friend.
Eating fucking that bread.
Why did you stop coming? You haven't been here in forever. Did you ever make that grand tour that we always spoke about?
Don't bring it up!
Fuck you!
You started it.
Well, I don't know if you heard, but
Not hill giants.
hobgoblins took over Succumber, and my father went missing, and I was forced out.
Oh, yes, I remember fully.
I was traveling, working on that world tour, and I met some friends, and always been trying to get back here to see you, and found where my dad might be, so that's where I'm headed.
Oh, you found your dad. That's excellent. I remember last I spoke to you, you feared he had perished.
Yes, it seems he took up into Oral Bar. So that's why I'm headed to see if I can find him. He might have been captured.
I mean, from what I've heard from our friends over here, as she gestures to the stone giants, and our friend over there, as she gestures out behind her, Oral Bar unfortunately was destroyed recently by stone giants.
Yikes.
I heard that they took some people captive. My dad being one of them, possibly.
Yes, for the refugees who survived, I heard many made their way for either Waterdeep or Loudwater, and the rest have just been missing, presumed captured.
Hold on, I'm trying to get my story straight. Did the hill giants attack Oral Bar?
Stone giants attacked Oral
Stone
Bar is the
giants.
story that you've
And
heard.
there's a stone giant next to her.
2.
Interesting company you keep here.
Yes, they made their way into the High Force. I don't know their full story, I just know that they were escaping from their chief, who apparently has taken a turn for the worse.
The chief, did they say who their chief was?
To be honest, I didn't really pay much attention. That's more Apostes territory. I don't believe you've met him. He came here more recently, but he's an old centaur. But we're harboring them for right now. The dryads around here are keeping us all safe, but things seem pretty dire with them, so they needed a safe haven.
Seems to be a lot going on with these giants.
Yes. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, all the more to party.
Very true, very true.
More
Well,
music and dancing.
You're telling me if I head to Orobar, I'm not going to find anyone. Not even my father.
I mean, I haven't been there recently, but Harshnag's over there, and he said he was at Oral Bar recently. He's over in that area. He has many stories to tell about it, I believe.
Which one's Harshnag? They all look the same.
Oh, Harshnag's over there. She gestures over in this direction. Oh, this direction, rather. He's sitting in, like, a small little clearing. He enjoys the solitude.
Oh, don't mind if, we hang out here for a little and just...
Oh, you're more than welcome for as long as you want to stay. And your friend here seems to enjoy the dancing, so the more the merrier.
I really knew she would, and hey, if you know a unicorn crossing by, she's always wanted to pet.
Oh, I've heard there's a unicorn in the area. Two, actually, but one recently went missing. Not really sure what happened to it, to be honest.
But if she asks, they only live for a day, okay?
You do know they live for hundreds of years, right?
Yes, but she believes me. And we've got a lot of pressing matters to do other than pet the unicorn.
Well, your secret's my secret. You know best.
Oh, yeah.
Now, would you care to join me for
My
another
friends don't
song?
tell me that.
Yes, I'd be glad. Been far too long.
She breaks out her pan flute. See what she rolled for performance, as both of you can make a performance check, her and you.
Nat 20.
12.
11.
As you carry the show, as you guys break out another fantastic tune, as the satyrs are trying to dance with ISO once again, as another one comes up towards Wolfane and reaches out and gestures to dance with her.
Wolfane is gonna reach down to her dragon, and you know when you like dance with a dog and just like grab their paws? She's gonna do that.
As the satyr's gonna move from you to Uldrum, as he's gonna reach out, like tapping his hooves as he's gesturing for Uldrum to dance with him.
Move on.
Dance with him.
As he
As
just
I'm like
spins
twirling
away.
by.
Move on!
As they start dancing and breaking out, this satyr walks over with a giant fucking turkey leg, like bigger than his head, as he's just munching on it. As Seldszar really carries this next tune, but him and Ghira play a beautiful tune.
You can't say that the satyr walks over with a giant anything.
All right, what are you guys doing as the song's starting to wrap up?
I'm gonna like set my dragon's paws back down. Claws? Paws? Claws. Back down. I'm just gonna let him go. I'm just gonna bow to him.
Once I finish dancing, I'll come sit down on the log next to Uldrum.
You should get up and dance. It's fun.
I'm good. You don't need me to dance to have fun. You guys had tons of fun.
Another satyr walks over and he brings multiple trays of like bread, turkey legs, mead, cake, chocolate cake, and
Bread or acorn bread?
no bread, and apples.
Hallelujah.
Like, how
Any
nice are
orange
these
juice?
apples?
Pristine, shiny.
Wow.
Perfect.
best.
The best.
He's gonna head back on this direction. Eat! I insist. It's
Aldrum started
lunchtime.
immediately. Just this is his dancing.
As all of them are digging into the food.
Nope. I'm diving in, eating bread and drinking some mead.
Bread, turkey,
Yep.
chocolate cake. Let's go, all of it. Mush it all together.
Oh, Seldszar,
In the bread.
you told me all about
Like a
you.
bread
How about
bowl.
your friends here? as she's gonna look over first to Iso since she's the closest. What's your story?
My name's Iso, and I don't know. I'm not from around here. I'm
Oh, you're
from
not
the
from
south.
around here. Oh,
I don't. I don't
Sound
know.
like Mickey Mouse.
oh.
Oh no!
I have a connection to like the weave, but I can't really control it.
Well, I can see the magic coursing within you. There's a few wild magic zones within this very forest. You look similar to them, to be honest.
Oh. Taps Aldrim on the shoulder. Do you hear that?
Huh?
Wild magic zones in the forest.
Stay away from them.
No, I mean,
It can
maybe
be a great
it's-
bit of fun sometimes. One time I started playing my instruments and bubbles were coming out everywhere.
oh, that's lovely. We should try to find one. Like, look over at Seldszar. Do you think you can help us find one?
Is that Chipotle? No, I'm gonna have to get Chipotle tomorrow. What the fuck? I see it and want it.
Yes. Maybe at some point we can stop by, yeah.
We have to worry about our father first.
Well, that brings me to you. What's your story? You look very large and intimidating, not someone we see very much around this woods. What brings you here?
Well, I'm
Surely it was Seldszar's charming personality. He has that effect on people.
very much not, but he is a friend, and I'm here to help with his father.
Well, any friend of Seldszar is a friend of Ghira.
Nice to meet you, Ghira. This food is very good. Thank you.
Well, thank you. There's plenty more where that came from. This is just lunch.
Chocolate cake.
He's gonna go back to eating. He's eyeing those stone giants. What are they doing right now?
They're sitting there almost like meditating as they're like not even reacting.
Okay.
I haven't moved like at all.
Nope. Not a muscle.
Their eyes closed?
Nope. Wide open, just staring straight ahead.
Oh.
Pupils haven't moved. And who else? Oh, you back there. You got a dragon. That's interesting. What's your story?
I mean, how far back do you want me to go?
As far as you're willing to go. I mean, if you're gonna tell me a whole ballad, perhaps I can make a tune out of it, and Seldszar could help me.
Seldszar, you want to make a story about my life?
I mean, not really.
That's fair. Okay. Anyways, from the Misty
It would be
Forest.
fun.
It could be fun. Well, I wasn't originally from the Misty Forest. I was originally born in a brothel. Don't know exactly who my parents are. My stepdad died. Everybody died. My brother's missing. I met Seldszar. It's been great.
What a lovely tune.
It could, yeah. I
It sounds like it could be a
it's not
good
happy
story.
ending.
I think we could focus on the brothel part. It would be very exciting.
You don't want to focus on all the death?
No,
She said
I mean,
died like 7 times.
it kind of lowers the mood at times. The brothel part could be really fun, though. If we like sang a song about your parents making you, that would be excellent.
Yes, the process.
This is a Thumerus.
Hello, Thumerus.
There's that
What color
charisma
is it?
kicking in.
That humorous.
What color is a Thumerus?
Black.
Black. Oh, I haven't seen too many dragons in this forest, other than the Inferno, of course. But
What's the deal with that Inferno?
no, it's just the dragon that lives up in the Star Mountains.
Is
You
he
know-
nice?
No, I wouldn't go mess with him, but he keeps to himself.
Nice.
Oh,
I think
He's
the
a
last time
sweetheart.
I think the last time he left that mountain was a few hundred years ago, and he burnt an entire dwarven hold, if I recall correctly. But he hasn't left in a few hundred years, so
so maybe he's turned nice since then.
There's rumors that he's just sleeping and he's slumbering.
Oh.
I think he's awake.
Oh.
I think there's a reason why he prefers to stay up on that mountain by himself, though. Probably for the best.
Maybe. I mean, I would never trust a red dragon. They're deceitful. They're very not friendly.
This one's very trustworthy.
Well, that's good to know. Maybe he can help stoke our campfire and cook some of our turkey.
Oh, absolutely. Like right now?
Like, right.
No, dinner's a couple hours away. This is
Okay.
just
Yeah.
lunch. We'll have a couple rounds of appetizers, and then we'll be dinner.
Yeah. Let me know.
You're talking my language.
You'd be more than happy to help, I'm sure.
But after lunch, we'll have more song and dance.
I'm gonna bring out that fucking chicken sandwich you made.
Might be a few wrestling matches.
So these giants that are with you
Yes.
left another group because of why?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't fully know. I know some bad things went down and they left. The high forest to the east of here is dying, which isn't great. Our dryad friends in the area are not doing well. Some of them are going mad. But the forest is slowly dying to the east of here, and Apostes is trying to figure it out. It's why he's harboring these giants, and Harshnag just came to us the other day and provided some more insight.
You know where we can find the posties to ask him some questions?
Oh yes, he's just down in one of the huts over there, at the base of one of the trees, as she
this guy?
gestures over to the southwest. He's a big centaur. You can't really miss him.
Who's Harshtag?
Harshnag's a frost giant.
Oh.
He's just over in that clearing over there, as she gestures over here. Uldrum, give me a history check at advantage.
11, make a wish.
15.
The name Harshnag's been mentioned a few times now. You recognize it as you've heard of a legendary adventurer from Waterdeep named Harshnag the Grim, a member of Force Grey, which was a old adventuring group from about 100 years ago that the current Special Forces of Waterdeep is named after Force Grey.
Harshnag the Grim is a person?
A giant.
So say that again. Harshnag the Gray.
Harshnag the Grim
Yeah.
is a frost giant that is a famous adventurer that was part of the adventuring group called Force Grey, which was based out of Waterdeep.
Yeah.
And currently in Waterdeep, the Blackstaff, which used to be Kelvin, has a special forces group called Force Grey that is named after that adventurer group.
Why don't we have a cool name like Forest Grey, guys? I'll look at ISO. Oh, we should maybe speak with Harshnag. That giant is a little bit different from others. He's been an adventurer in his past life, so...
Really?
Heard rumors of him. Forest Grey. It's what he was a part of. It was about 100 years ago that they dissolved, so...
Is that... Were they, like, important?
Strong adventuring group that was well known.
Defended Waterdeep on multiple occasions.
Especially in
Right.
Waterdeep.
Oh, I don't really know about them.
He might have information. And a giant that is an ally is good to get
Yeah.
information from.
That would definitely be helpful. I mean, one of our earliest friends was a giant. Now he's dead, I think.
It's true. Down. You talking about that cloud giant?
He was just repairing his castle.
I don't think he's dead.
Oh, I thought
He told
don't
us
know,
to
maybe-
leave, and he was gonna build his castle unless they found him. But
his castle crashed.
it did crash, but we all survived. Remember? Is the
Oh,
wild magic's just like not
It's been a
flickering right
while.
now?
It's
I think it's the unicorns on the brain.
yeah. Too much dancing. Too much mead.
I think we need to go talk to these guys. Figure out what's going on in the area. What happened in Oral Bar.
The sages start finishing up their food as they start dancing again as Ghira starts playing the music. Seldszar, will you join me for another one? She's
In a
playing her
little
piano.
bit, I'm going to ask some questions, and I'll be back to play another two.
Well, we'll be here. She's playing her pan flute.
Shut up, bitch.
Flip to the other side of the log and tap Wolfane. I think we're gonna go talk to some people. Some whoever Seldszar said we were gonna talk to, and then that giant frost giant.
Okay.
You can talk to. What was that guy? What was the centaur's name? Started with an A.
Hosties.
Aposties.
We'll talk to Apostes first. He's the one who allowed the giants in. Maybe he knows more.
Sounds good.
You should be down this way. Oh, that's a big boy.
As you approach this little hut, like at the stump of a tree, you see a large, old, gray-haired centaur kind of muddling some herbs inside a mortar and pestle.
Apostes?
Oh, yes. Yes, how can I help you? Who are you? I didn't see you come in.
Friend of Ghira's. Used to frequent here.
Well, any
Too
friend
long
of
ago?
Ghira is a friend of mine. How can I help you?
It's, what is the state of the forest? What's going on in the area?
Oh, I mean, for the vast majority of the forest, things are fine, but if you head to the east, towards Oralbar and the Grey Peak Mountains, the forest is starting to die. Some necrotic magic is at work and killing the forest, and while its progress is slow, it is driving deeper and deeper by the day.
Did it start around the same time that Oral Bar was attacked?
Shortly after, it seems. Harshnag came and told us about Oralbar being attacked and some of the surrounding areas. He seems to have traveled north of Loudwater. Or we keep to the forest.
The giants that you have in your company, what is their story?
I mean, the best account of their story would come from them, but they come from a place called Deadstone Cleft, which is just south of the Grey Peak Mountains. They said that their tribe pretty much split due to a difference of opinion, it sounds like, as some new stone giants came in from the southeast with something terrible in tow, and since then things have been dire, and everything has started to begun in the forest has started to decay. It sounds like what they brought was some sort of tomb.
Sounds all related.
Oh, I believe so. That's why I'm harboring them here. I'm hoping they can help us stop whatever's hurting our forests.
Well, if it's related to Oral Bar, it sounds like our paths are crossing with this, and it's a bigger task than I thought it was even going to be. See, we're coming here to find and retrieve Seldszar's father, who was in Oralbar. And from what we've heard, any survivors have made way to Waterdeep and other cities, but there were some that were taken. some unaccounted for. And it sounds like it could have been these creatures coming and meeting up with these other stone giants.
Harshnag did mention of he traveled just south of the Great Peak Mountains, near where they said they were coming from. He mentioned a great force mustering. Stone giants and the like. You'd have to get the account from him, but I heard something about the dead.
Do you think that this forest decaying would possibly stir the red dragon to wake from any slumber that he was in?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, the force hasn't decayed too much, maybe a mile inward from the edge, but at the rate it's continuing, eventually it's gonna make its way in. If it makes it to the Star Mountains, I don't know what will become of the dragon. Inferno?
My friends here drank some of the water on the way up and saw visions.
You might have to be more specific about the water.
It was a
What
There's a
water
lot of
did
water.
you drink?
very clear, still water, like a small pond. You could see to the bottom. Sort of had a pull to it. And when we drank the water, we had the vision of, felt like a hawk. Each of us saw different parts of the high forest. I believe that 2 of us saw above Lost Peaks. I saw a large tree with something at its roots, something metal and shining. 3
Large tree. 4 trees surrounding it.
Yes.
It's the grandfather tree.
Do you know what's underneath it?
What could be shining, I'm not sure, but the tree is said to have healing properties. Said that if you were to sleep underneath it, it would cure any ailment that you have. But, I mean, it's protected.
By what?
There's a tree in the area, not too far from it, that protects the area. He has some awakened trees and shrubbery that will block paths to it if you are not an ally.
That might have
You
been what
think-
ISO saw.
Do you
Yeah, I think I
that
saw that.
Maybe there's something under the tree that maybe the giants want.
It's possible. I haven't been there in many years. My herd may have been around there recently, but as you can see, I'm old and frail. I can no longer keep up with the herd, so I was left behind. I found homage here with the satyrs. The dragon, though, that you mentioned, that sounds like Imveanarho, also known as the Inferno.
Excuse me? Can you say that name again?
Imvearano.
Inveran.
Sounds like an Italian dish.
He is a large, very large red dragon, not to be trifled with, but he stayed solitary for hundreds of years, so. Last time he emerged, he destroyed a whole dwarven kingdom, so.
He seems awake. So.
Well, he may be awake, but I'd say leave him be. I wouldn't recommend going up there.
No plan.
No plan to.
These
Friend here saw him in a vision. Must be related somehow, right?
these giants that we've been running into, specifically Storm, they been after artifacts, giant in nature. I'll pull out the Lounstone. This being one of them. We pulled this from underneath Waterdeep as they were trying to negotiate for it, and it seemed like attack on Waterdeep was one of the options. There's a chance that the grandfather tree houses one of these at its roots. These trants, do you know its name, the one specifically that guards it?
Herlag. He's ancient.
Yuck.
One of the most powerful beings in the High Force, I'd say. I mean, the High Force itself is, for lack of a better term, a kingdom divided. There's many powerful beings, but if someone has the most influence, it's Turlag.
Does he speak
makes
to
his-
people?
Depends on the person. He'll speak to druids. Typically no issue. He doesn't like outsiders that much. He sometimes visits Shadowtop Cathedral, if you've ever been in that area. But sometimes his visits are few and far between. He likes to roam the woods.
So dryads he'll usually listen to, though.
Dryads, druids, anyone who's really in touch with nature.
Big nature guy.
Where is what's her name when we need her? The old druid. Can't think of her name.
Elvira.
Velvira, yeah, Velveeta.
Velveeta?
Emma?
No.
Okay.
Spore druid.
Hersnag saw a good amount, so we definitely should speak to him. But the High Force is really being damaged by this tomb that these stone giants have. And it sounds like they're gathering up quite a crew. Do you think these other giants, and I know you can't speak for Hersnag, would fight against them with us if we needed to?
They seem very adamant about opposing it. I think the stone giant, Vlusag, the female, I'm not sure if you saw her near the fire.
Yeah, they were.
She has a personal connection to the Thane of her tribe. She really wants to set her free, cure her from whatever has happened to her. She's convinced that she's not acting with her own will.
That's just one
So-
less giant we would have to kill, so I'm not completely against assisting in that for their allegiance.
Yeah, I mean, they just want things to return the way they were before. Stone giants typically don't bother too much. They stay underground, they craft, they make art, and they keep to themselves. So them out and about like this, and whatever necrotic energy is radiating from Deadstone Cleft is unprecedented.
It means answers. Finding my father, I would very much like to help the forest.
Just beware on your way out. Some of the dryads whose trees have been affected by this are going mad.
Right.
Dryads, any sort of forest creatures in that area.
Are they
There's a
salvageable?
taint. Maybe. Not sure, to be honest. I won't know until whatever is happening to the forest is stopped.
What about the unicorns? Are they okay?
That's a whole nother story. The unicorns around here, from what I've heard, are going missing.
Yeah, they only live a day.
No, they live for hundreds of years. So
What?
them going... Yeah, they live for a very long time, so them going missing is very unprecedented.
Staring at Seldszar.
I'm fucking glaring at Seldszar too.
They only live for a day.
They're going missing?
Yes, that's a whole nother matter that, to be honest, I haven't even had the time to really look into, but
I think that's the most important thing.
there's a few unicorns throughout this wood that protect parts of the forest, make sure that nothing happens to it. Even parts that are near the Shining Falls that they've gone missing, and since the necrotic energy has been able to creep in, the unicorn's not at bay to stop it. They're going missing. We're trying to investigate why, but There's a lot going on in the forest right now, and my resources are limited. I
We'll
have
figure it
these
out.
satyrs. That's
We'll
pretty
help
much
the
it.
unicorns.
You might have your answer right there if the unicorns being in the area would prevent this decaying. Wouldn't if someone's goal was to take down the forest, they would need the unicorns out of the way.
It's possible, but I've heard unicorns missing as far as Noanar's shield, all the way to the west. And if there are unicorns going missing in that area, and giants were at fault, I would expect to hear reports of the giants somewhere between here and then, but the giants really haven't come into this forest, so I don't know what's going after them. But it's possible. Maybe they have allies on the western side that's playing a part. Trying to use the last few years of my life to make sure this forest stays safe.
I'd like to help so you could spend the rest of your life just enjoying it.
Oh, thank you.
Just realized that I'm looking at a centaur. Took a minute to look at the token and saw the badonk.
Big ol' horse ass.
Dumper.
Yeah, well, I think Hersnag is probably who we need to speak to next, and then maybe through him speak to the other two giants.
If there's anything else that you remember, you let us know, okay?
I'll let you know, but like I said, I'm all second-hand accounts from Harshnag and Vlusag, the stone giant.
Snug.
Hersnag.
Sounds like an IKEA.
I'm
object.
focused on saving this forest, and it seems that those stone giants are the root cause of it.
And they seem like they're in our crosshairs, so hopefully we can knock out multiple stones with multiple birds.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to make presumptions, but seem a little hot-headed. Please don't resort to violence in these woods.
I only attack what attacks me.
It's good to know. Blood spilled in these woods have special properties.
And what is that?
Things can spawn from them, known as red caps. So, let's not try to bring those in from the Feywild.
So, these druids that are afflicted, should we just attempt to avoid them?
What druids are you speaking of?
Or dryads? You said
The dryads, they won't spill blood. They're mostly wood by nature. I just mean with the giants specifically. I'd prefer no red caps near my camp. Blood spills, mushrooms will sprout, good chance of red caps appearing.
well, I have no intention to harm any giant here unless they attack me or my friends.
Good. I don't think things would go well with you and Harshnag if you tried to harm him.
No reason to hurt him. He's known around my parts. If anything, I want to meet him.
Oh, that's good to know. Just thought I'd put that warning out. Some humans are a little jumpy at the slightest slight.
I'm not all human, so.
Well, let me know if you need anything else. I'm sure the satyrs will accommodate you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. What's your name? Sorry, I didn't get your name. I'm Apostes. Sounds like you already knew that.
Aldrum.
He looks to the rest of you.
I'm Iso Menriani.
Nice to meet you.
Wolfsbane.
Nice to meet you. He looks at Seldszar. You haven't met him, just so you know.
Seldszar, look into us. Come
Nice to
the
meet you.
September.
Nice to meet you, Seldszar. It sounds like you're well acquainted with Ghira.
Yeah.
Good to know. She
Creatures.
keeps things in order around here. So
She always has. Taught me everything I know today.
well, that instills confidence in me. As he goes back to his herbs.
Where's the big
You going
guy?
Are you going for a dip? Where are you going? This way.
Is this the guy? Is that the frost giant?
He's over here. Where are you going? I thought you were going for a dip.
Following Seldszar right behind him. Like, why did you lie? Why did you lie about the unicorns? That's so sad.
Do-do-do. Do-do-do.
It was for your own good.
Hello?
Not for the
Really?
unicorns on good.
Yeah.
As you
that's
get
really
over here, there's
sad.
just a dryad
Terrible.
sitting here next to a tree, and she just morphs into the tree.
Those dryads just give me PTSD from that one
I
that
know they
constantly
do.
tried to rape me.
That's all I think about.
All, that's all I know.
When I see
from
that token-
campaign of yours.
When I see that
Yep.
token, I'm just like, wow, I felt
Yeah.
raped. I got raped by a dryad in the other campaign. She wouldn't let me go. It was the worst.
It's like the
Sorry.
only episode I tuned into.
Seldszar, I'm gonna be nice. Where she told you to go for Harshnag was a little bit north of here.
Oh, there
Don't
he
mind us. We're all just blind. Oh, whoa, what a cool token. Look at him.
is.
As you walk up into like a small little clearing surrounded by trees, kind of isolated from the rest of the camp, there's a large frost giant resting up against a tree with a great axe in his hand. He wears large plate armor and a white dragon skull on his head. Felt necessary to point that out with. What's his face? Lily. As he's just sitting at the tree, kind of like sharpening his axe.
Her snag.
What?
Heard a lot of things about you. What have you been up to all these years?
Went up north. What years you talking about? Past 100?
Small summary of it.
Oh, went up north. Some of the tribes. Specifically stayed with Jarl Storvald. Didn't like the way the tribe was headed. Head back down to the south. Everything started going on with the storm giants, so I've helped to try to keep the order.
So you know about it. Not surprising.
Yeah, I know about it. Ordning shattered. Everyone trying to stake their claim at the expense of all the folk that I've fought for and met throughout my life. Didn't take a liking to it too much.
Well, I heard that you recently came up near Oral Bar. Saw stone giants carrying some kind of tomb.
Well, I didn't see no tomb, but I have been Oralbar, Lorkth, and Parnast. Heading towards the desert, but upon seeing all those, the Walking Dead in the area, zombies, whites, necromancers all throughout the area,
Whites.
I decided to start making my way back this way. It's where I met up with these stone giants here. Just trying to kill what I could. Zombie stone giants.
Oh, God.
Whites, very large. Fought them, not like anything I've fought before. I fought fire giants, slayed them near Waterdeep. Fought cloud giants, all of the like, but never seen zombies before. So I searched for answers, followed these stone giants, and I end up here. There's an evil brewing in the Great Peak Mountains.
You got any plans for it?
Try to end it, but my last time through Oralbar, I headed up the river towards the Grey Peak Mountains. They got a force brewing there. It's large, and I'm not a betting man, but the only thing in the surrounding area that force could hit is Loudwater. It's the only big civilization in the area. They take that out. It's free roam through Succumber, through Jokown, Daggerford, Nightstone, everything until they hit Waterdeep, so...
What do you think their end game is?
I'm not sure. The centaur here speaks of the forest dying, it being corrupted by the necrotic energy coming from there. It seems like their endgame is to spread. Whatever that means.
Do you know what the artifact is that they might have?
I don't know fully. Vlusag spoke of it, about the Thane Kyolithica, how she seems to have lost her way. She wears some kind of crown now. The crown has corrupted her ever since some stone giant showed up with a tomb made of stone.
I'll look over at Seldszar.
Do you think that's the crown we read about?
Not
Turning things into undead?
must be what they got.
So they found it.
Was that supposed to be underwater deep?
I thought it was.
The biggest thing that we've been able to find her snag is that most of the grabs for these people vying for power are ancient giant artifacts. As I'll pull out the Lounstone again. This was one of them underneath Waterdeep that we were able to take and get out of the city. There are other places where we think that there are more, including in the High Forest itself underneath the grandfather tree. So,
Heard rumors about that. Sounds like Sansuri at her work. That's specifically Sansuri. She wants those artifacts. Cloud giants are seeking artifacts.
not the storm giants.
Storm giants are pretty much unheard of at this point. Vie for power within, it seems like. They lost the power of the Wormskull throne with the disappearance of King Hecaton. So, their power isn't as respected right now. They don't seem like they're doing much, to be honest. Queen Sarissa has been very complacent. I haven't heard much out of the Storm Giant's court. Maybe she's vying for control with her sisters.
Do you think that you believe in the Ordning? Am I correct? Do you believe that the Storm Giants should be on top?
I believe there's a natural order to everything. I know Anim abandoned us. He no longer believes in the Ordning. But when he abandoned us, Hecaton was there. He has the demigod bloodline. And the power of the Wormskull throne. That left everyone in line. I believe that we need that more than ever. We need these giants to not think that they can claim power and rise in rank over others. We need structure, otherwise the small folk will suffer. I've lived amongst all you most of my life. You don't deserve the squabbles of an 1,000-year war between us and dragons that we had in the past. Our kingdom came to ruin. It's no longer our time.
Well, sounds like in the future, Storm Giants might be a possible ally.
It's possible. You'll have to speak to Sarissa. She's the one that Hecaton left in charge. He deemed her more responsible than her sisters. Jumping bloodline.
That always goes well. Well, it sounds like our paths... Man, I cannot write and talk at the same time. I just put blow line. It sounds like our paths cross. Very much. I don't know if you were able to see if any prisoners from where you looked over their encampment, but we believe that this man right here, Seldszar, his father, is one of the ones taken, and that's what led us here in the first place. But this is all lining up with what we're sort of took it upon ourselves now to help figure out, and that's removing these giants that have taken their own actions against the rest of the world.
That seems to line up. Felusag spoke of how the Thane of her tribe had started taking human prisoners. Asar Orobar had been sacked, reduced to rubble. From what I hear, about half of the humans had been captured while the rest became refugees and headed to the south. Sorry to report, Seldszar, that if your father wasn't among the refugees, then he likely was taken to Deadstone Cleft. It's in the southern parts of the Great Peak Mountains. What's become of him there, no one knows.
Well, if you'll have us, maybe speak to these other stone giants. I heard that one of them has a personal connection, thinks they're being brainwashed. Try to seize control of this area and stop what evil that they've brought upon themselves.
I consider myself a good fighter, but I can't take on the whole place alone. That's why I met up with Felusag. When I met her, I mean, she's only got about 5 stone giants under her control, or 10 rather. 10 stone giants under her control, but I was hoping with that force, and if we're able to combine more forces, maybe the Blue Bear tribe in the Southwood. Aposties spoke of Turlag to the north, in the Shadowkeep Cathedral. We can combine those and maybe the forces of Loudwater. Maybe we stand a chance against whatever force they're mustering.
So you need someone to spread the word.
I believe so. I mean, most people just run away when they see a giant coming, so it's hard for me to spread the word, but what I try to tell people is that there's a force coming from the Great Peak Mountains, and if we don't defend against it, Loudwater is going to be the next to go. Loudwater goes. Everything else from here to Waterdeep is going to go, and maybe Waterdeep itself.
Well, I can probably get Jon Snow and the boys to come and fight this terror. Well, we've all had visions of Shadowtop Cathedral, so that's a place that we could easily go and see if we could get assistance. Loudwater. Or was the other? There's that third one, right?
Southwood.
Oh, Southwood, yeah. Southwood, Loudwater. Seemed like all one trip. So.
I mean, all of this, you just have to remember that we need the forces of Loudwater as well.
Well, I could feel
That's
like
the last bastion.
if we take Loudwater last, we could take whatever we have left, bring that force to them, what we get from Shadowtop Cathedral and Southwood, bring it to Loudwater, show them what we have, try to prove what we're up against, and then we march towards Grey Peak.
Well, if you manage to muster all of them, you have my axe.
I mean, it sounds like a tough task, but, I mean, I have Harper and Lord's Alliance badges I can flaunt around, so I might be able to pull some humans.
Well, Lord's Alliance won't help in Loudwater, but it's possible the Harpers might.
That's why we switch them out. Lord's Alliance doesn't help anywhere, I get that.
Well, Loudwater isn't part of the Lord's Alliance, so
I knew that.
last I checked, at least.
I knew that.
Well, turn back and look at the group. Could probably talk to those stone giants, but it's pretty striking that Shadowtop Cathedral looks to be exactly where we had visions. What was the tribe in Shadowtop Cathedral that you mentioned?
The tribe I mentioned was in the Southwood. It's the Blue Bear tribe.
Or you mentioned something in Shadowtop Cathedral.
Turlag, the Treant.
Oh, the Treant, yeah.
The Blue Bear tribe is all throughout the High Forest, to be honest, but one of their leaders is in the Southwood.
They're called the
I
Blue
believe-
Bear? Blue Bear?
Yep, Blue Bear. There's another somewhere to the north. I don't know exactly where. I think to the very, very north of the High Forest is their war chief, but I don't know much about them. They're scattered throughout the High Forest. They've been around forever, since ancient kingdoms. Very proud people.
What do you guys think?
I think it's what we need to do.
I know Seldszar's dad, we were kind of making our mad dash for, but it seems like he's put in something that's bigger than just us. It's gonna take
He's
days. We have a lot of travel.
Can't waste any time.
If we can get the help of Erlag to the north, would you come with us to the south to Loudwater and Southwood to get the remaining forces?
I mean, I would. You just gotta persuade Vlusag. Like I said, I've kind of allied myself with her because she's got at least 10 stone giants on her side. And that's so far seemed like my best chance to take out whatever's going on down here.
Well, if you trust in her, I trust in her, so I'll speak with her. We all will.
She left her tribe. That's no small thing for a stone giant, so means she felt something was dire.
It seems like her want will be to save her loved ones in the tribe, whether they're corrupted or not, so I have no issues with that, making the attempt. I think the Fane itself was related to her. Or something close to it.
In Kyolithica?
Yeah.
As far as I know, they're just really good friends. I don't think they're blood related.
Sometimes friends are thicker than blood. Aldrim's never had a friend. I don't know where you even learned that line. Well, we'll talk to him. We'll get him on our side.
Just let me know. I'll be here. As he continues sharpening his big axe.
Turn to look at everyone. That was a lot of information.
Yeah. Did you write that all down, Seldszar?
No.
You have to deal with Aldrim notes, Rip.
Uh-oh.
They're so
Rip.
bad. They're so bad. Can't see them yet. They're so bad.
Oh my god.
They're terrible.
Jesus Christ.
I can't listen and
I saw
write
you
at the same time.
writing, and I was like, oh, he's got it. I was like, I don't have to do anything.
This pen's really bad at writing too. I don't write with pens ever either, so it really fucks me up. Input, specifically you, Seldszar. It's your dad.
I mean, if they do have my father there, can't just run in there with everything that they have. If it all comes to it and my father does perish, we can make something out of it. We didn't die in vain.
Well, this is turning from what I thought might be a small-scale battle to a battlefield, so this is no small thing anymore. This is the biggest fight that we'll ever been in.
Guess the other two left at the good time, huh?
Seems like it. Hopefully, her grandma's okay.
No. I hope not.
And before we leave, I'd prefer to see if you can use any of your connections to these creatures to give us some sort of leverage over Urilag, this tree. Because we're going to need his help. His woods are dying. I'm sure he must know about it. If he's that powerful and connected.
Something that they could give me to show that we are allies.
That would be great.
Like we talked to Ghira about it.
But the last person I need to talk to is this Vusa. Is it Volsage?
Blusog.
Vlusag. There's an L. Okay. I knew there was an L somewhere.
Slog.
I'll post the
Blue
names.
slug.
Vluslog.
So, if anyone wants to come with me there, Seldszar, you can come then, or go talk and get that friendly badge.
What time is it right now?
It's about 2 p.m.
Okay.
Those are all the names you want for expellings.
Vlusog. I'm gonna go sit with the satyrs. Hang
We have
out.
the space in between Harshnag and the. As you return to the satyrs, they're back to dancing around the campfire as Ghira is playing a beautiful tune on her pan flute.
I'm
Are the rest of
jumping
you
in.
passing by
Yeah.
them?
Huh?
Are the rest of you passing by them with Isa?
I'm going to the stone giant.
I'm gonna head to the giant, yeah.
As you're passing by them, because you have to pass by them to get to the stone giants,
They
one of the
try to
satyrs
dance with me. I
points
swear
at
to God.
you, Ultram, and he's like, "You, sir, I challenge you to a wrestling match for this fair maiden," as he gestures to Wolfane.
You can have her. I'm gonna walk to the stone giant.
He's like, as he's just like, victory! Please come dance with me, maiden. As he reaches out his hand to you. He takes your hand, and you guys engage in a beautiful dance as you're like going back and forth to the tune of Ghira's music. He's spinning Wolfane. And at the very end, he gives her a big hug and a kiss on the cheek.
Aw.
As he's like,
Something
it was a
pokes you.
beautiful dance.
Enjoyed it immensely, thank you.
As he lets you go.
Wolfane
As
and her billowing cloaks.
Aldrum and I forget who else. Was it Seldszar?
Yeah.
Head up to the stone giants who are still sitting there kind of like in a trance almost.
Vlusag.
The giant next to
I was
her
thinking. I
speaks
suddenly
up.
realized the one that on the left is for sure Vlusag.
Oh, yeah, it's
Please
a girl.
give her a couple more minutes. About 15. Then she will be available to speak.
That's fine. I'll just sit right here. I'll kind of just sit down as I look at Seldszar. Sit. She needs time.
Sit right next to you, my friend.
Eventually, Wolfane comes up, and I believe Iso, you followed them the whole time? Or did you go somewhere? I forget if you danced.
I'm
She's
just hanging out, vibing with the
Okay,
satyrs.
You continue dancing with the satyrs as they're all like passing you back and forth as you're like dancing
Wow,
and
passing me
spinning.
back and forth.
Wow.
Eiffel
Tater
Tower.
guarded.
everything.
Ghira is
Wild.
playing some beautiful music.
There's a fucking orgy going on behind us.
Music.
After about 15 minutes, eventually Vlusag blinks. Oh, hello. How can I help you?
We smoked a Hersnag. Know about what's going on with your tribe.
Thank Kyolithica.
Yeah. From what I heard, she has some sort of crown.
Yes, it began after the stone giants came from the Giants Run Mountains. They brought their tomb of their dead king, Grugaran.
I look at Seldszar. Does that ring a bell?
Gugaran? No.
Where did she say they came from?
Giants Run Mountains. It's not on the map that you guys have
Okay,
access
okay.
to. It's to the southeast of it.
Did we know where Tire Bezel was? Tire Bezel?
Our bezel was underneath Waterdeep.
Yeah, that's where we went to get the ion. This person, you care for her.
Immensely. She's my best friend. She's always been the leader of my tribe.
And you think this crown has a way of clouding her, becoming something else.
Yes, when those giants showed up from the Giants Run Mountains with the giant stone tomb of their king, Grugaran, they told us their king was slain by gold dwarfs and wanted to memorialize him in Deadstone Cleft. As an offer of good faith, they presented my friend with a crown as an offering of their goodwill. Ever since she's put on the crown, she's been cold and distant. And since then, the tribe has taken a dark turn, rounding up humans and trapping them in cages. Not entirely sure what for, as we decided to try to fight against it before we really found out. And when we found, we were attacked and slaughtered. So it's just me and these 9 other stone giants here, who, when we made our way west to try to find help, we ran into Harshnag, and then we ran into Apostes.
Sorry that I said I didn't know that Gugaran name. I had to go into my file bank. Do you remember?
Gee.
That crown, you know about it? What do you know about it?
Crown was put on Gugaran's head. Gugaran's flesh hardened, his eyes turned red. Life was sucked out of him.
Well, it sounds like your friend's not only clouded, but also in danger.
Crown
Seems
was
it.
no good.
One of the last thing that was the breaking point for us leaving was she was raising some dead stone giants from the dead. Something in our culture that is heavily frowned upon. The dead rest in peace, but she was rising them.
Well, we're going to help her snag build a forest to put a stop to this all. And I very well understand that you have a personal connection to this person, and, well, I will do what's in my power to help you pull them from this influence. I need to know if you are able to fight against them, if that is unable to be the outcome.
The Kyolithica that I know would never do what she's been doing presently. I would at least like to see the crown removed from her head and see if that makes any difference. If that does not, I know she would want me to do what I must.
Then I give you my word that I will attempt, with you and the other stone giants by our side, to remove that said crown, and hopefully give you your friend back, and then destroy whatever is left.
I appreciate it. I mean, not to be pessimistic, but we're gonna need more than just us.
We know. We plan to travel north to get help from the forest itself, and then south to get help from the Blue Bear tribe and the humans of Loudwater.
Black Blue Bear tribe.
Yeah, I have 8 intellect.
My colors.
Well, we will be ready to go. I believe it'd be in our best interest to stay here until we're called upon. In which case, when you need us, you have us. There's only 10 of us, but we are a force to be reckoned with.
I'm very aware. I'll look at Seldszar. If you have any other questions, you know more about that crown than I do.
I just remember when we were at the library. Isa and I read about it, and the person who put it on the head thought that it was going to bring strength back to him, and it did the opposite. It is called the Crown of Obadiah. It's used to raise undead. No good.
I like to think that with the right path, we can get this trance help and possibly whatever artifact is buried underneath that tree. For some reason, bright light healing properties scream out as a tool to fight whatever darkness this is.
I know nothing of the tree, but I can tell you that Obadiah is one of the terrestrial sons of Anam the Allfather. He's half-sibling to the Stone Giant's main god, my god, Stronmus.
Strahd? Strahd the stone giant? Shit.
Stronmus and
He
Obadiah.
Strahd the Allfather.
We're among the giant gods.
Strahdmus? Strahdmus?
Mary Stradmus.
I mean, us stone giants kind of stay away from the politics of giants, but from what I've heard, Hecaton is one of the grandsons of Stronmus. He's of his bloodline.
He has that old blood within him.
As a stone giant, you don't know more about this crown.
Heard rumors of a crown, but not too much.
It's the origin of the stone giant race, no?
Perhaps if it's from Obadiah, then it definitely is.
Sounds like a dark history that they would want to bury underneath them. I don't think a crown that drains life and resurrects the dead is something that you want front and center in any history book, no matter what race you are.
At the end of the day, us stone giants are more artisans than anything else. We just want to create art. Want to make things beautiful in our underground layers. We try not to conflict ourselves with the land of the dreamers, this overworld that you guys live in.
I can only think of them making macaroni art, and it's so precious. I made you with these noodles.
Glued it on the paper. Some of them fell off, but it's still beautiful.
I think I ate half the glue.
There you go. You can use them for the backup giants. We're going to war.
But first, here's my macaroni art.
You can hang it on the side of the hut.
Oh, if you can talk to the satyrs, see if you can get that. I think we should leave before nightfall. I know dinner sounded great, but We have a lot of travel.
We have to leave?
We have to go
One
north.
One last thing, be careful of your approach onto Dead Stone Cliff with whatever force you have. They have, not sure if you're familiar with them, but a rock that flies and scouts throughout the area.
Bro, you trying to get rock before my rock? I just wrote rock.
It's not always hostile, but anything approaching from the sky will definitely be hostile too.
It's good to know we have a dragon.
It's very temperamental though, so.
Well,
That's
good
what
to
I know. Harshnag knows more about the forces that are mustering there. Seem very large, and he seems to think they're heading for Loudwater. Not Loudwater. God damn it, that's a different location.
You've been
I just
saying
forgot.
Loudwater.
No, it was Loudwater.
I was
Okay.
gonna say.
What's the other location? That Long Saddle was the other one that I kept getting confused with during my prep.
I think he's given us a good idea of how much we'll need to give a fighting chance, and that's what our job is now, is to give us that fighting chance. So, after the woods, we'll come back down, and then try for the tribe in Loudwater itself. I think between our might, what's happened to the neighboring towns, and whatever we can bring to the table, we'll get the force we need, and then storm.
Well, I hope so. Seems like the last stand for us. She gestures towards the rest of the stone giants. As you see the stone giant next to you, but there's also more like in the woods back here. For a total of 10.
I think it's the last stand for Storm Coast in general, from what I see or hearing from what this is doing to the environment and the neighboring towns. If they keep getting more and more people, it's going to be snowball effect. Does Aldrum know about snowball effects? Probably not.
What's snowball?
I think he's seen snow.
Has he made it into a ball?
Probably not. Seldszar, can you get that, we'll try to get something, show that we're allies. And my vote is to leave.
See if Ghira has anything.
You're approaching Ghira. As you head on towards down Ghira, she's playing her pan flute once again, and Iso's still dancing with the satyrs all around her. As they're like twirling her and like passing her back and forth, and they're having grand old time, fully clothed.
Doesn't matter at this point. We all
All on the up and up.
Fully erect.
As you head on down to Ghira, and she's like, "Oh, Seldszar, how can I help you? You here for another song?"
Yes, I'd like to talk to you when you have a moment, when you're finished your song.
Oh, okay. Let me finish the song. As she goes on a few more minutes, playing her song as everyone's dancing. As she's eventually just like, "Dinner time!" As more satyrs come from the south and bring dinner. "Oh, what can I help you with?"
We're going to end up talking to the treant that lives in...
What's it called? Someone put an X on it.
Cathedral.
Who put an X on it?
Me? Because I was trying to remember what it was. So we...
Cathedral. I was hoping that you maybe have had something, or knew somebody who had something, that we can show him, telling that we're allies.
I don't
Go
have
speak
anything
to him.
personally, but you can go speak to Apostes. I know he's met Turlag before, and I'm sure he'd be able to provide you some sort of mark of his goodwill. Maybe that'll
Good
help you in
idea.
your
I'll do
discussions
that.
with Turlag. Just be careful. From what I've heard of Turlag, he's very xenophobic of anyone not from the High Forest.
Wow.
I'm
Phobic,
out.
really. That's where
Wow.
we're going.
Phobic. I scurried along to see my horse man.
Oh, yes, how can I help you? Seldszar, you back already?
Yes. Just a quick question for you. Say we get to the cathedral to talk to the treant, I would like to have a word with him. Do you have maybe something that shows that we're allies? Since none of us are druid or any other creature from the wood.
Well, I don't have any marks or anything, but what I can give you is my old bow. So here, take this, bring it to Turlag. He's familiar enough with me, he'll know my bow. He'll know that you carry... He'll know that you carry my favor with him. With you.
Curry my favor.
Make sure to show it off. Let him know. We are allies. Oh, thank you. We'll be back very soon.
Well, I look forward to seeing you again. I hope everything goes well with Turlag. Sure you've heard the warnings, but be careful with your words with him.
Be careful with my word. I'll try. I try
Just
to be as careful as possible.
Just remember he does everything in interest of the forest.
So do I. So it should be a great conversation.
I'll have a safe journey.
Thank you.
As Seldszar heads back to the group with a large longbow.
Yeah. You can look at it, can't touch. It's my bow now. I'm gonna look over to Aldrin.
Just one more song before we go.
We have to go?
I'll eat something and then I'm gonna start packing my horse.
Oh, I don't want to go.
Too bad. Why do I have to be a fucking dad?
As you're talking about that, Aldrim, a whole turkey comes out stuffed with apples and oranges inside of it.
You think I have no
Orange
self-control or
juice?
something? You trying
No.
to... Yeah, I'm gonna eat the shit out of it until...
Turkey.
I'm gonna stand next to it and rip off into leg and start eating it while I wait for these guys to finish up. But then I'm gonna pack my horse.
Alright, Seldszar, give me a performance check as you're playing music. As Ghira plays music with you.
Oh,
16.
fuck.
Wait, 16. 16.
Just waiting for that one to hit.
All of you start playing music. The satyrs start gesturing for all of you to start dancing, including Uldrum as one of the satyrs come up to you and tries to grab your hands. What's Uldrum doing as he grabs your hands?
Wait, what? Sorry,
A satyr during this song that Ghira and Seldszar are singing, a satyr comes up to you and grabs your hands trying to dance with you.
Dance with the piece of meat in your hand.
Or in your mouth.
I'll
Dance
spin
like
him
that.
and then push him away.
Crunch burrito.
Yeah.
As he spins away, he like gestures back to you and starts doing like this back to you.
Oh no. He's doing this.
It's time to leave.
I gotta fucking go.
He's dancing and gesturing. Perhaps dancing is not your specialty. Do you want to wrestle?
We have to go.
Hold on, let me grab my
Aldrum, you
beef
need
crunch.
dance. Just let it all out before we go. We've all danced.
I don't dance.
You can dance. I believe in you.
Quickly
does-
reaches over and spins ISO.
We have pressing matters.
God.
Well, you gotta calm down and like release your nerves before we go out.
My nerves are fine. I'm releasing them through this meat, which is
You're
very
very-
good.
You're very angry right
I'm
now.
always angry.
So you just need to calm down a little bit before we go. Just dance.
I'll wrestle.
That's fine too.
Hey, that's fine.
Wrestle. As he goes to like tackle onto you,
Wow,
athletics
coming right
checks.
for him.
Yes.
Athletics checks from you and him.
Yeah.
Backbreaker.
16.
Suplex.
That was a 9.
12. So you can describe how
7.
you subdue him during this wrestling.
As he immediately goes for me, my my reflexes kick in, and I kind of just like flip him over onto his back and pin him to the ground.
You pin him to the ground, another satyr comes over, slides onto the ground, and is like, ah! Ah! Ah!
For a second, I thought you were smacking my ass.
No.
I don't trust you.
He's just like, pinned! We have a victor! As he like lifts you up and lifts your hand up into the air.
God.
Uldrim is the victor on this fine evening. He gets to enjoy the fine maiden as he gestures to Wolfane.
Yeah, enjoy the fine maiden.
Why is Wolfane getting passed around so much? Is it the brothel comment?
I think it was.
You shouldn't have
Seldszar
said
and Ghira's song
that you
finishes
were
up.
born in a brothel next to satyrs. They're horny.
I think they think I'm a sex worker.
I think you're right. I think I'm a sex worker.
What that beefy 5-layer burrito do?
I gotta go.
Alright, what are you guys doing as Seldszar and Ghira finish up their song?
I'll look at Seldszar. It's been fun, but we need to leave.
I'll reach over to Ghira to give her a hug.
Oh, Seldszar, I hope you'll see us soon.
Right into those boobs.
Yep.
Seldszar!
Hopefully next time I see you, will be good things coming to this forest. Bring it right back to tip-top shape.
Well, hopefully.
There'll be good things coming to this forest.
I couldn't think of what to say. Oh, shit. It's not in my memory bank.
I'll lean over to Wolfane. You think they're a thing?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. I always thought like Seldszar wasn't even interested in sex. To be honest with you.
Like an incel?
Yeah, like
Are
just
you
like
thinking more like a cuck? Probably a cuck.
are these brothel terms?
Oh.
You're
sorry.
you're really showing off the brothel tonight. It's just like
You could have just went with asexual, but you know.
No.
So you guys heading north from
Incel.
here towards the Shadowtop Cathedral and stuff?
Give my sad goodbye.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab some food before I go.
Yep. You're able to grab a bunch of turkey and bread if you want.
I'll take some bread.
You guys can grab, each of you can grab up to 5 rations worth of stuff as they bring out just a giant fucking feast of food.
Feasting and fucking. That's what all they
How
do
many
in
days
English.
did it take us to get here? I just realized that would have been rations.
Took you about 3
Three?
days. 3.
So
So
Oh,
add
yeah.
2 rations?
So minus 3 and, yeah, add 2.
add 2. Yeah, good thing I got rations.
As from about
Wolfine
here, you guys,
stabbing.
you guys start making your way
You wanna
north.
know why?
Incel. Oh. Good lord.
From about here, if you're making your way north, is what it sounds like. You start making your way north through the high forest, and this will where we'll end tonight.
Because we were like here underneath Star Mountain.
A little bit more down, a little down here. But yeah, you guys seem to be going north
Bro.
from here.
Seldar, what the fuck did you get us into?
I don't know.
Yo,
Ask
I'm
the
like,
DM that.
let's go on down to a little side quest city where we just have to kill like 3 giants and get your dad back. No, it's like fucking
Nah.
Game of Thrones.
Giant
the White
war.
Walkers are coming and we're making the wall. Like what the fuck? He's like, yeah, I need like all these places. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's like we're like level 20 wandering into Ungoro crater or something like that. And fucking wow.
It's so bad. Oh my god, I'm dying.
Beans, the beans, beans.
My fucking god. Your dad better be fucking worth it.
Bro, we're gonna go through all this and Travis will be like, yeah, he died.
Yeah, he's dead. He died a long time ago. He's
Maybe
just
one of
smashed
those
into a
zombies.
rock.
They're definitely taking those people, making them to zombies, right?
We're gonna get up to the Grey Peaks and his head's gonna be
Or,
on
like,
a fucking
sacrificing.
pike, just like those
Bro.
wolves.
Oh,
if
they're
I
probably
see my
taking
dad
like
as
putting
a
the crown on
zombie-
their head and sucking the life force out of them for power.
Fucking oops.
Oopsie whoopsies.
Oh, is that a problem or?
Speaking of sucking the life force, beefy, crunchy,
Fucking, you need to be stopped.
Oh my god, I've never.
No spoiler, nothing. Just plastered right into general.
It's D&D night.
No,
We gotta get back to the old
Bro, I
tradition
open
of
up
board
Discord on my
names.
work laptop. Fucking Jesus.
That was so fucking funny.
It was bad enough I saw this other one and I'm like, what?
Oh, under the bed.
We haven't
When I
done
see
four
what my
memes in
cat
so
sees.
forever. That one's hilarious. 5-layer burrito. Fucking nightmare battle that we're gonna be in. What the fuck is going on?
Gonna be the worst.
Dude? I'm fucking dead. I'm so excited to see how the battle actually even goes with like all those things. It would probably be like Travis will have to like do small subsections of the battle or something. Give me what's that glowy thing underneath that tree.
Well,
Go
you
find
got
out.
answers.
I'm just gonna let Wolfane talk to the Treant because she watches a lot of Lord of the Rings. And that's like the only time I've seen one of those in anything.
Yeah, same.
Other than he's like racist towards everyone that's not a forest creature, which is great. It's a good start.